Good morning, colleagues. It's Rufus Polia. I just want to make sure that I am audible.
Good morning, Polia. I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Llewellyn. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you very much for asking. How's things on that side?
No, all's well. All's well. The year has started well, so we are fine.
Thank you very much. That's good.
Thank you for your support as always. And
No,
I will flight the presentation from my side, if you
that's
don't
fine.
mind.
I've put on my share screen. It is activated, so you'll be able to flight.
Thanks, Llewellyn. All the best for the new year.
Thanks. Thank you. The same to you, Dr. Polia.
Take care. Right. Bye.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Tole.
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm always good. Thank you very much for asking. It's Llewellyn, the committee secretary. I'm glad you're back on the platform.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Llewellyn.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Yeah, my request is that may you please assign me as an interpreter, meaning that whenever I interpret, I shouldn't disturb members as and when they are talking, because it's like I interject all the time.
I do understand. It happened the last time, and I explained to Mr. Carlson the other day. I'll probably need somebody to explain to me and take me through the process of how to do that, maybe for future meetings. What we will do for this meeting is if any of the members do speak in their vernacular, in their language, chairperson will give you an opportunity to speak. So you won't be doing it as the person speaks, but you'll maybe just make a few notes just to summarize what the person may have tried to bring across. And the chairperson will then give you an opportunity to maybe to just put that to the committee. That's the best I can do for now.
No, but Llewellyn, you are not doing justice to us.
Mr. Sitole, can we do this? Can we do this? You can give me a call. I can call you.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, members and colleagues, and welcome to today's portfolio committee meeting. Firstly, honorable members, where I am having connectivity issues, so I am not going to utilize the camera so that I enhance the quality of the audio. I've been trying to log in since about 10 minutes ago, so apologies for that. But I'm hoping that we can continue with our meeting. So good morning and welcome to our meeting. Our meeting today, Mr. Brown, can we please flight the agenda? Our meeting today really is going to focus on a discussion on the NSC examinations and the outcomes. We saw it fit that we have this engagement and we reflect on what worked during the period, during the examinations period, and what led to this very improved and really encouraging outcomes, and what are the lessons that the department has learned, and how to enhance those planned interventions based on the lessons learned. So we are going to have this discussion today, and I do hope that Mr. Brown, members did receive the documents in time, and we are able to engage on this very important discussion. So with those few words, I was just saying you are welcome to the meeting. I see the department is led by the minister and the DM, and Mr. Brown, can you please confirm for us the attendance of members of the portfolio committee, and then also take us through the apologies if we have received any apologies, so that we can start in earnest.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and officials from Umalusi. Chairperson, we have in attendance yourself, Honorable Maimela. I have Honorable Lowe. I have Honorable Magagula. I have Honorable Dr. Christians, Honorable Jordan, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Kumani, Honorable Ngubeni, and then I have an apology for Honorable Nchaba, who has, I think she's seeing a doctor this morning. And then our content advisor, I think she's on the platform, but she also has connectivity challenges in her area. So she's making her way to Parliament to try and join us. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Kasa is in attendance as well.
Mr. Brown, Honorable Gaza is also in the meeting. So we are noting that. I see Honorable Zungula, your hand is up. Is that to register your presence in the meeting?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Zungula and Honorable Ngube as well. Honorable Ngube is also in the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
I hope we were able to capture that, Mr. Brown. From the department, and we've also invited, I do believe, Mr. Brown Umalusi in the meeting. And I believe that the CEO or the chair is here today to lead the committee. Honorable Shongwe, I'm noting your hand. Is it for the purposes of the attendance register?
Yes, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and the members.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe. That is noted. Honorable Shongwe is in the meeting as well. So thank you very much, colleagues. I think we're done with apologies and the attendance register. I am going to now hand over, as per our agenda, to firstly the Department of Basic Education to present to us an analysis of the NSC examination and outcomes and the process. Minister, the platform is yours and your team. You can lead your team into the discussion.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A very good morning to you and the members of the portfolio committees. We've got the DBE team here, led by myself and the Deputy Minister, Dr. Mhaule. And they will do a presentation for you, essentially analyzing some of the key themes that came out from the NSC exams. But thank you very much also, members, for the opportunity to come and address you on this, because I think it's important that the members of the portfolio committee also understand some of the more sort of substantive analysis of the exams, because what that does is that it empowers you to be able to hold us to account to some of the things that we will discuss today. And to see how we can best improve even further. I think, Chairperson, firstly, we must congratulate the class of 2024. They've done the country incredibly proud. And to remember also that this cohort began the grade 8 in 2020 at the height of COVID-19. And so their journey really has been marked by curriculum trimming, disruptions in assessment, and changes in learning environments. And yet, despite these difficulties, they've been able to rise to the occasion. And I think on this, it's also important to pay tribute to the previous minister, because, and even against harsh criticism at the time, the decision to say that schools must then open for learners to go back was we have now realized was the correct one. Many countries around the world did not do that, and so while these learners had missed a lot of curriculum work, but we were able to catch up with them, and now they've produced a really, really good matric result. So there are a number of things here, Chairperson, that I would like to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee. The one is that we had a record number of full-time candidates, which was just over 700,000 who wrote the NSC exams. And we are of the view that this is reflecting a growing confidence in our system. Number two, we had the highest number of bachelor passes, which was sitting at 47.8% of learners who are able to qualify to get into institutions of higher learning. The other issue, number three, we had learners from quintile 1 to 3 schools, poorer communities, accounting for 67% of bachelor passes in the system. And so again, which I believe is demonstrating the success of targeted interventions. And then we also had the pass rate for mathematics improved to 69%. We had a number of distinctions also increasing significantly. All 9 provinces recorded improvements, with the Free State emerging as the top performer at 91%. And of course, 73 out of 75 of our education districts achieved above 80% of their pass rate. So I do believe that this is a very, very good story to tell. However, Chair, as I've always emphasized, that we must truly assess the health of our education system. And so we must always look beyond just the matric results, and we must examine the entire education system, which starts from early child development to foundational literacy and numeracy, right through to subject selection in high school. And so while we're celebrating the progress, we must remain clear-eyed about what are the challenges that lie ahead. One is that we still want to rectify the number of learners who are struggling with literacy and numeracy, because that affects their ability to succeed in maths and science and commerce subjects. We are still concerned about the number of learners who are enrolling in accounting, physical science, and economics. And we want to have a targeted intervention to make sure that we have more learners enrolling in those subjects. And then also we want to make sure that we are retaining our learners beyond just grade 9. And we are understanding exactly where they go if they are not in the system. Then also, Chair, just lastly, I think what's also going to be important is to note that while, yes, we have our 87% pass rate, which is an excellent number, when we're talking about the throughput rate, we are talking about the number of learners who started grade 1 or grade R and who completed in grade 12. And that number is sitting at 63% of our learners. And we are comfortable that this aligns with other middle income countries. Yes, we as a department are going to do more to make sure that we are retaining more learners in the system, but more importantly, that we are tracking them on where they go, because at the moment we know that this doesn't represent a dropout rate. Some learners we know that they go into TVET colleges, others shift to being part-time candidates, others move to private institutions that use IEB and Sakai. So it's important, though, that as a department, we can account to you and then to the broader public to say, we know that these are the amount of learners that did not go through all the way to grade 12, and this is where they are. And we want to be able to really start to make sure that we are doing that, and we are doing it well. So moving forward, we are, as the members would know, we are wanting to expand access to early child development. We are wanting to strengthen literacy and numeracy, because we are of the view that that will really improve the matric outcomes in the end. We also want to review the post-provisioning norms so that we make sure that we are really allocating teachers effectively. And we want to also make sure that learning and teaching time is at all times protected. So that's the context, Chair, against which we are presenting to the members this morning. Thank you very much. With your indulgence, I will hand over to Dr. Polia.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And I just want to make sure that I'm audible, Chair and Minister. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And Minister, thank you very much for that very succinct and appropriate summary of what my presentation entails. Let me start by greeting our Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and also greeting once again our Honorable Minister and our Honorable Deputy Minister, and greetings to all our honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. And let me also acknowledge our Director General and the Chair and CEO of Umalusi, and all officials from both the DBE and Umalusi. As indicated by Minister, this report is by far the most important barometer of how the system is performing, and therefore there is a need for us to look at this report with the intensity that it deserves. I'm not sure why my screen is not available on my side. I'm not fully au fait with, here we are. Yeah, I think Zoom is new to all of us in the department, but I'm hoping that my screen is now visible, Chair. Yeah, is it visible, Chair? Am I audible?
Yes, we can see and hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, given the importance of this report, it certainly deserves the deeper analysis, and that will be our purpose. And I will, in this report, look at both the results and the analysis of the results, and as well as looking at the issues that have been raised by Umalusi and how we deal with them. And thereafter, I'll hand over to Dr. Malapile, who will deal with the Second Chance Matric program. This is the outline of my presentation. It's a long presentation, Chair, but I promise that I'm not going to use too much of the time allocated. In a presentation of this nature, when we're looking at the system in its entirety, we continuously take as our point of departure the National Development Plan and the targets set for 2030 in terms of delivering the highest quality of education by 2030. And I think what our minister has indicated, that as much as we've done well, we need to look at the system in its entirety. And more importantly, we need to look at issues of quality that lie beneath the statistics and the data that is presented. The shape and size, I think we're all aware that we're dealing with a system extremely large, 13 million learners, 467,000 educators, and 25,000 schools. It is important that when analyzing the Matric data and analyzing the system performance at different levels, we always look at these 6 social justice principles as the fundamental and underpinning evaluation criteria in terms of access, redress, equity, efficiency, quality, and inclusivity. And I think the reason we've highlighted efficiency and quality is to upfront indicate that those are the 2 areas that we're focusing on. As much as we're doing well in the 4 other areas, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of efficiency and quality. Our minister has outlined the road traveled by this class, and credit to the efforts that were made during the COVID years. And this is an important slide, which Honorable Minister has already alluded to, but I think it always attracts attention. And to indicate that we start with the 1.2, we end with the 740,000, but this is not an indication of dropout, as indicated by Minister. But the point that I want to draw the attention of the Portfolio Committee to are some of our key transition points from one grade to the other, which are causes for concern, which we are addressing. And one of the transition points is from grade 3 to grade 4. Now, if you look at the numbers in grade 4, 1,126,000 higher than the number in grade 3. Now, this is because of the transition in language, learners moving from home language instruction to English or Afrikaans. And as a result, we are addressing that transition challenge by introducing mother tongue-based bilingual education. The other transition point is moving into secondary school, grade 7 into grade 8. And here once again, we see an increase in numbers from grade 7 to grade 8. We have 1.1 million learners in grade 8 and less than that figure in grade 7. And here again, we are devoting our attention to make sure that there's a closer interface between the primary schooling and high schooling or secondary schooling. And then the other critical transition point is grade 9 into grade 10, where we have subject selection taking place in grade 10, and therefore there's an increase in numbers. And the big drop from grade 10 to grade 12 is where we are focusing our attention. And we will be able to, hopefully by next year, is to provide the portfolio committee with more accurate data in terms of the tracking of learners from grade 1 to grade 12 and where exactly these learners have gone to. This is an interesting slide looking at our numbers over the last 5 years. And what is significant is that in the COVID year of 2021, we moved to 733,000. And there's been a leveling at the 720,000. And that's where we think the system is now reaching its stability point in terms of numbers moving forward. Here we have the part-time candidates, a drop from 180,000 to 155,000. But we can explain this due to the fact that we have now 2 equal opportunities. And most of our adult candidates will take the May-June exam and not write the final examination. When looking at the numbers more broadly and comparing 2023 and 2024, we have an increase from 715,000 to 724,000 in terms of the number entered, and the number wrote from 691 to 705,000, an increase of 14,000 more candidates that wrote this exam. But our concern would be Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest, that while 6 of the provinces and nationally numbers increased, we are investigating what has caused the decrease in numbers in these 3 provinces. Looking at our subject enrollments, I think we're not doing well here, Honorable Chairperson. The red indicates the subjects where our numbers are dropping, particularly when overall numbers are increasing and you have a drop in particular subjects, that becomes a cause for concern. Our BCM subjects are not moving in the direction we should be moving, although business studies through our efforts has increased by 4,800 candidates. Our biggest concern is the drop in mathematics and drop in physical science, and I'll talk about that in a moment. In our technology subjects, our numbers are still on the low side, as much as there's been slight increases, Honorable Chairperson, but not where we want it to be. We're doing well with South African Sign Language. We started with 103, and we're close to have doubled that particular number in 2024, but we need to offer South African Sign Language to more of our learners, and so that we can be seen to be giving attention to our learners with special needs. Our progress learners is always an interesting story to share. And here we see numbers increasing again in 6 of the provinces, a drop in KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. And here again, we will be investigating what has caused the drop. Now, we find that in a number of schools that the policy on progression is not accurately applied. And that's something we're going to have to double our efforts and make sure that there's proper and accurate application of the policy on progression. Special needs is another good story to share, Honorable Chairperson. From 5,458 in 2023, we've increased by more than 1,200 learners, 6,642 learners, and registering coming from our special needs sector, and 6,470 of them writing the examination. Another very, very interesting observation which confirms government's pro-poor policy, where we have 572,000 of the 724,000 learners that wrote or that entered for this examination are recipients of a social grant. And this simply means that the state is supporting our learners appropriately. And what is another interesting point here is the active versus the inactive. The active recipients, which is 151,632, would be learners that received a social grant in their grade 12 year. But the 420,000 would have received a social grant at some time during the schooling year up to grade 11. But when they turn 18, the social grant is discontinued. And that is something we are dealing with the Department of Social Development, so that if a learner is in school, he should be supported in terms of the social grant, because later I will show that your active recipients perform better than your inactive recipient. Now, after every group of slides, we hone in on some important lessons, which I may have already alluded to, and I will not touch on them again, but I'll just touch on those that I may not have touched on in terms of this slide. I think the bullet E, the reasons for the decrease in the numbers of Mpumalanga Northwest is what we need to look at. And I think I've covered all the other points on that slide. And I think point G is the one that we need to just spend a few seconds on. The national uptake of mathematics, as our Honorable Minister has indicated, is certainly not where it needs to be. We are on 35.3% at the moment, compared to 62% of the learners taking maths literacy. And we want to see the shift. We want 60% of our learners taking maths and possibly 35 to 36% of our learners taking maths literacy, and the rest of our learners would be taking technical maths. So this is an area that a lot of work has to be done. As Minister has indicated, our performance is improving, but as much as we're improving performance, we also need to look at the uptake in terms of mathematics that is seriously required by the economy and the industries in our country. I think I've covered the other points, so in the interest of time, Honorable Chair, I'll move to the size and scope of the examination. We spoke about the number of learners. 162 question papers were set, 10.4 million question papers printed, 9.7 million scripts that had to be marked. The exam was written at 6,933 exam centers. We utilized the services of over 72,000 invigilators, 50,741 markers, and marking took place at 183 marking centers. And I think we always want to compliment our DG for having visited each of the 183 marking centers in that 12 days of marking. This is just providing more detail, and I'll go past that. In terms of standardization, this will be dealt with by Umalusi. So in the interest of time, I can also jump that slide. This is a slide that we always like to start our analysis with, because I think it's a stark reminder of where we come from and where we are today. In 1970, only 43,000 learners attained the all-important Matric. And in 2024, the numbers have increased by more than 14 times to 615,000. So as a country, as government, I think we've done exceptionally well in terms of access, in terms of making available this passport certificate available to the majority of our learners. This particular slide is just to remind the Portfolio Committee of the constant criticism leveled against us about the 30%. And I think our Deputy Minister spent a lot of time at the release explaining this very well in an articulate manner. And just to remind the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee that to obtain admission to bachelor's studies, a learner must attain 4 subjects at 50%, in addition to the home language being at 40%. And then we have the diploma pass, where a learner must attain 40% in the home language and 40% in 3 other subjects. And then the highest certificate is where the learner obtains 340s and 330s, but 40% in the home language. And the straight national senior certificate is where the learner obtains 330s, 340s, and not necessarily has to obtain 30% in the language of learning and teaching. So no learner in the system can obtain a matric certificate by obtaining 7 30%. And that certainly is not a possibility. And the reason we're keeping the threshold at 30% is simply to allow for learners who may be poor in 1 or 2 subjects, but can perform well in other subjects. So it's the lowest cut-off point in terms of performance. This is giving an indication of our performance from 2018, from 78.2 to 87.3, and an increase of almost 10% in these years that are depicted on this graph. And here we look at the performance of the different provinces. And I think the significant point here, Honorable Chair, is to look at the narrowing of the gap between the top performing province, which is Free State, and the lowest performing province, which is the Northern Cape. 84.2 and 91, we're looking at a difference of about 6%. So it simply means that the entire system is now moving together as one cohesive unit, and you don't have this large disparity in performance. In fact, very interesting is that 3 of our provinces performed at 85% if one goes with the calculation of the pass rate at 1 decimal. And therefore, we had to go to the 2nd decimal so that we could distinguish the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga's performance. So a significant achievement in terms of performance. And here comes another very interesting slide, Honorable Chair, where we compare our no fee paying schools to our fee paying schools, and then compare our fee paying schools to our independent schools. Now, if you look at the bottom row, when you look at the no fee paying schools, our no fee paying schools are performing at 85.8%, extremely high. Our fee paying schools are performing at 90.3%. So the difference between our fee paying schools and our no fee paying schools is merely 5%, which again is a confirmation of the pro-poor policy of government working because of this narrowing of the gap. What is more encouraging, and just to remind members of the Portfolio Committee that we have 28,000 learners from the independent schools that write the state examination. And so this is not all independent schools, but it is those learners or those schools that decide to write the state exam. And incidentally, there are more learners from the private sector or the independent sector that write the state exam compared to the number that write the examinations of the IEB and Sakai. And if you look at the difference between the performance of the fee-paying schools and the independent schools, it's a mere 1.6%, which simply means that our fee-paying schools are doing extremely well. If one compares the performance of male versus female, I should have mentioned at the outset that we have more female learners writing the examination than male. In fact, the figure is indicated here. We have 389,000 female learners, girl learners, 301,000 boy learners. And therefore, one needs to give more attention to the boy learner and the boy learner participation in the schooling system as a whole. But what is interesting is that if you look at it in terms of performance, and performance is looked at as a percentage, we find that the boy learner is doing slightly better than the girl learner, 87.5 versus 87.1 in the case of the girl learner. But we cannot judge the boy learner versus the girl learner purely on performance. We need to have more of our boy learners in the in the schooling system rather than being on the street. Again, I think the lessons that I've listed here, I think I've covered, and I'm not going to spend time on that. We can then move on to the types of NSC passes. Types of passes is a confirmation of the quality of passes. And as mentioned by our Honorable Minister, the increase from 40.9 to 47.8 is significant by any measure. An increase of 7% admission to bachelor studies is one that needs to be celebrated. But more important, Honorable Chair, is the improvement in 2014, or rather improvement from 2014, which was at 28.3 to 47.8, almost a doubling in the percentage of bachelor passes from 2014 to 2018. And if you look at the numbers, an increase of 54,264 more bachelor passes in 24 compared to 2023. And I will point out to you in terms of the total number of learners that can now gain admission to universities and higher education institutions more broadly, if one looks at the diplomas and the bachelors combined. This looks at the provincial contribution, and KwaZulu-Natal stands out with 84,000, followed by Gauteng. And here we're looking at the provincial breakdown, and the highest percentage comes again from KwaZulu-Natal at 52.2. But I think the important point here is if we take the 337,000 bachelor passes and take the 188,000 diploma passes, if you add the two together, we have more than 500,000 learners that can now gain admission to higher education institutions. Here we're comparing, again, fee-paying schools, no fee-paying schools, independent schools, and looking at their performance in terms of the different categories of passes. And the difference between fee-paying schools and no fee-paying schools is in the vicinity of about 10%, 53.8% in our fee-paying schools in terms of admission to bachelor passes, and 44% in the case of our no-fee-paying schools. These are the important lessons, and just to glance through it very quickly again, I think I have touched on most of these points. I think to give you the exact figure, of the 705,291 learners that wrote this examination, 525,906 learners now qualify for admission to either the bachelor or diploma studies at higher education institution, and this represents 74.6% of the candidate population. So in other words, 3 out of every 4 learners that wrote this exam can now be knocking at the door of a higher education institution and seek placement. As much as this is an achievement, it's also an area of concern because our higher education institutions are certainly not, do not have the capacity to accommodate these 525,000 learners. And that's an issue that has to be dealt with in terms of higher education institution and them creating more seats for learners that are now exiting the schooling system. I think I've covered D, and bullet E is also important, that in terms of numbers, 214,500 of the learners attaining admission to bachelor studies come from no fee-paying school, while 105,096 learners come from fee-paying school. Now, we are aware that there are more learners in our no fee-paying schools than our fee-paying schools. So the larger number from our no fee-paying schools attaining admission to bachelors is understood. But the reason we're highlighting this is because a few years ago, almost 10 to 15 years ago, 80% of the learners that attained admission to bachelor studies came from your fee-paying school. And that has turned around, and that's visible in one of the slides that I will show you just now, which the president, our honorable president, really loves looking at and talking about. But let's look at the performance of progress learners. Again, it's a good story to share. We had 56,000 learners that were progress. And again, just to remind members of the portfolio committee, progress learners will be learners that did not satisfy the criteria for promotion in either grade 10 or in grade 11. And because learners, in terms of policy, should not spend more than 4 years in a phase, in this case, which would be the FET band, these learners are moved to the next grade. So in essence, they've not satisfied the criteria of either grade 10 or grade 11. These 56,000 learners, given a chance, have demonstrated that they can deliver on what is required if provided with the necessary support. And 29,000 of the 53,000 learners that wrote passed the NSC exam, which represents 54%. Half of the learners, more than half of the learners that were progressed, that should have been languishing in grade 11, have now attained the NSC. And here we're looking at progress learners in terms of the different types of passes. Now, of the 53,000 progress learners, 29,000 passed and 4,071 attained admission to bachelor studies. So 4,000 of these learners that should have been in grade 11, given an opportunity, are now possibly at university and able to complete a bachelor's program. So this is another significant achievement. And I will show you just now that some of the progress learners even went as far as attaining distinctions. Now, here we're looking at the performance of progress learners across the different provinces. Earlier on, I spoke about the system progressing within a very narrow band of performance, which is a positive. But when it comes to progress learners, we are not seeing this reduction in the differential range. The province that is not doing well in terms of progress learners is performing at 31.3%, and our best performing province at 64.3%. So there's a differential of almost 30% in terms of progress learners. So here is an area that needs more work again in terms of getting our progress learners to move again as a cohesive unit. The good story with regard to distinctions in our progress learners, very, very encouraging that we had in the case of mathematics, we had 22 distinctions. My apologies that the font size is rather small, but you can believe me that there were 22 distinctions produced by progress learners in mathematics, and there were 8 distinctions in physical science. And if we look at bullet B, a total of 3,536 distinctions were produced by this group of progress learners. And I think for me, bullet D is possibly important. There are principals. Unfortunately, we need to report that. There are principals who are unscrupulous, who hold back learners and prevent them from writing the matric exam simply because they feel that if these learners write, they will bring down their pass rates. And we've identified these principles, and disciplinary action is being taken against these principles. I think the application of the policy on progression is one that we will be dealing with moving forward. Now, on this slide, what we are doing, Honorable Chair, is to look at our schools, the over 6,000 schools that wrote the exam, and look at the performance of the schools in the different percentage categories. 0 to 19.9, 20 to 39.9, 40 to 59, 60 to 79, and 80 to 100. And I cannot go through all of it, but the one significant achievement that I want to draw the attention of the honorable members is the number of schools in the system that are performing above 80%. Of the 6,600 schools, 5,387 of these schools are performing at 80% and above. This is certainly something to be applauded. And what is even a greater achievement is that this number has increased from 4,400 in 2023. And obviously, I think what is encouraging is that the shift to performance above 40%, we will be focusing our attention on the 28 schools that obtained below, or rather between 20 and 40%, and the 9 schools that obtained between 0 and 19.9%. In this slide, we take the same distribution, which was observed in the previous slide, and we look at it in terms of fee-paying and no fee-paying school. Again, another good story to share is that of the 5,300 schools that are performing above 80%, 3,688 of them come from our no fee-paying schools. Again, a major and a significant achievement, and one that needs to be applauded. And also, in the last column, we look at the fee-paying schools and no fee-paying schools that have scored exactly 100%. In 2024, 490 of our no fee-paying schools scored exactly 100%, and 178 from our fee-paying sector scored exactly 100%. So this is the slide that the President of the Republic is always excited about, because here we're comparing admission to bachelor studies in our quintiles 1, 2, and 3 schools versus quintiles 4 and 5 schools. And I want to focus on the table at the bottom. I gave you the figure of 214,000 of our bachelor passes coming from quintiles 1 to 3, and that represents 67.1%, and 32.9% come from our quintiles 4 and 5. And like I said, the reason this is significant is because 10 to 15 years ago, 80% of our bachelor's passes came from quintiles 4 and 5, and it has been a significant turnaround. I think whatever's on this slide, I've covered, Honorable Chair. I think just bullet C, the 217 schools that scored below 60% must be the focus of our provincial school improvement plan, starting with the 9 schools and the 28 schools that scored below 20 and 40% respectively. Performance by age, another interesting observation is that the statement, catch them young, applies in this particular slide, and is confirmed that our 15 to 19-year-olds that are in the matric class perform the best. In fact, beyond 19, the performance begins to drop from 84 to 77 to 72. And our 22-year-olds seem to do the worst, or the 23-year-olds. And then, very interestingly, that our 24, 25, and 26-year-olds again begin to perform better, with our 30-year-olds performing at 87.4%. Here on this slide, we're comparing boys versus girls in terms of the different age category. And again, when it comes to performance, our boys are performing better than our girls across the different age categories. Yeah, I think that's what we observe on this particular slide. Here again, we're just giving it to you over the years, and the same phenomenon is observed. I think I spoke about the gender comparison. I can go past this slide. Let me spend a little bit of time on the performance based on the inclusive basket. I think, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, currently, the main determinant of performance is the overall pass rate. And over the last few years, we've come to realize that trying to judge performance at school, at district, at provincial level using just one criterion may skew the system in a particular direction. And therefore, we've now included what is known as the inclusive basket, which has a set of 9 criteria, which includes percentage achieved, the accounting achievement, your maths achievement, physical science achievement, technical maths achievement. Very importantly, not just looking at maths achievement, but looking at maths participation. Your percentage bachelors, your distinctions achieved, which is again a statement of excellence. And very important, that which the South African public is always concerned about is the throughput. So at provincial level, at district level, as well as school level, we look at performance more holistically in terms of these 9 criteria. And I'm not going to go through each one of them, but what we're finding of big concern is our maths participation. And what is disconcerting, Honorable Chair, is that some of our better performing provinces like Northwest, even Free State, Western Cape, do not have a high participation rate. Whatever's shaded in red in this particular table is an indication that the figure is below the national figure. And where there are reds, that's where we need to focus. And if you look at our 3 provinces that are our top performers, even Gauteng is not performing at the level. I mean, Gauteng has a 31.5% maths participation, which is less than 35.7, which is the national figure. And then the other figure, which our minister has also touched on, is the throughput. Our national throughput is 63%, and we're looking at it simply in terms of number of learners in grade 10 and number of learners that finally get to grade 12. We are on 63%, but provinces like Northern Cape and even Free State, and we've brought this to the attention of Free State, that you are the top performing province, but we cannot judge you purely by your 90.9%. We have to look at your performance in relation to your throughput rate, which is extremely, extremely low. And what does this tell us about learners moving from grade 10 to grade 11 to grade 12? And in the remaining slides, Honorable Chair, we take each of those 9 criteria and look at it on a comparative basis across provinces, and you can see which provinces are not doing too well in terms of these important statistics. And looking at maths participation, again, if you look at Northern Cape at a lowest of 19.3%, Western Cape 23.8%, Gauteng and Free State also at the low end, compared to provinces like Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Eastern Cape, which have a 42, 44, and a 40% participation in maths. Our distinctions, KwaZulu-Natal certainly stands out as the leader amongst the tribe in terms of its performance in distinctions. And throughput, again, we're concerned about the provinces that are on the low side. I think, Honorable Chair, I've covered most of the points that are listed here under the lessons. I think for me, what is important and what is important for us as a department is that the inclusive basket is gaining traction, and we have to make the inclusive basket the primary modality of reporting rather than just looking at the overall pass rate. Moving on to subject performance, if one looks at the home languages, we are certainly on steroids, as our DG would say. In most of our home languages, we are performing above the 98%, which is commendable. South African Sign Language is still on the low side, which needs attention. And yeah, I think Afrikaans and English are also below 99. And I think the reason for this is that the Afrikaans and English is not a homogeneous group. Not all learners taking Afrikaans home language and English home language are Afrikaans and English first language speakers. If we look at our first additional languages, performance is also at a high level. Looking at subject performance, in total, this is just presenting a sample of the subject, but in total, if one looks at raw marks before the Umalusi standardization, there were 8 subjects where there was a drop in performance, but the drop in performance were marginal. There were no big drops, which we need to be concerned about, simply because the system is on an upward trajectory, but our concern still is located with physical science, which is on the low side. This is our first additional languages, which are the languages of learning and teaching at the moment, and therefore they are important. In our technology subjects, our performance is extremely high, above 95%. So what we need to get right in terms of our technology is just the participation. It seems as if we have the skills, the teaching skills, the teaching capacity, but we need to get learners to begin to participate in these subjects. I discussed bullet A. We have distributed a national diagnostic report which looks at every subject, what are the specific areas of weaknesses with suggested areas of improvement. That is on our website, that's been distributed to school, and that will serve as an important instrument to drive improvement in performance in subjects and thus drive the system forward in terms of quality. Our subject distinctions, I think here we're looking at it per province, and provinces like Northern Cape, we need to look at. Free State is doing well in terms of getting learners to pass, but not in terms of distinction. And that's an indicator of excellence, and we have to give Free State some attention in that particular area. Here we're looking at the different subjects and the distinctions in the different subjects. And I think the important point here is that there has to be a sharing of experiences. KZN, that's doing extremely well in terms of its distinction attainment, must share its good practices with other provinces. And we are saying that our subject specialists will not only be looking at performance in terms of the minimum pass, but will be looking at performance at the upper end, so that we also have the top learners in the system who could take up the top positions of leadership in the different fields. Our district performance has been beyond excellent, with only 2 districts scoring below 80%, the one district in the Eastern Cape and the other in Mpumalanga. These are your top 10 districts. And I think with regard to our district passes, we are now saying we're going to do a further probe and analyze our district passes to make sure that our learners that are doing well in the right subjects, in the subjects that are needed by industry, subjects that are needed by the economy. And we don't have learners completing a matric, but with subjects that are of little value. We also want to see in our districts and schools an improvement in bachelor admission, an increase in the number of distinctions, which I spoke about. In the case of special needs, Honorable Chair, we not only had increased participation, but we also had an improvement in the pass rate from 86% to 89%. So here again is a good story to share with 3,321 of our learners with special needs attaining admission to bachelor studies. I know my time is going quite fast, so let me rush through, Honorable Chair. Here we're looking at social grant, and I think the important point which I raised at the outset is that our social grant recipients as a collective are doing extremely well, 86%, very much close to the national performance in terms of our social grant recipient. But now if you look at the difference between active and inactive recipients, our active recipients are performing above the national pass rate. They are performing at 92.55%, but our inactive are performing at 83.6%. So it could be that one of the factors that is contributing to the performance of our active recipients is the social grant, which needs to be looked at more closely. I think I've covered all of these issues. Correctional services, yet again, our 157 inmates that wrote the exam, 104 of them passed. Our deputy minister was there to celebrate with the Minister of Correctional Services the excellent performance of our learners from the correctional services facilities. And 104 of the 157 inmates achieved admission to bachelor studies. Performance of part-time candidates, we're not doing so well. And these are adult candidates. And Dr. Malapile will share with you what are we doing in terms of looking at our adult candidates through the Second Chance Matric program. In these slides, Honorable Chair, we spoke about evaluating our performance in terms of the 6 social justice principles. And these are the various statistics, and I'm not going to bore you with each one of them, but there is an abundance of information to confirm that in all 6 areas of social justice, if one takes the Matric data, we are on the rise: equity, quality, efficiency, as well as inclusivity. And very quickly, Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to look at some of the issues raised by Umalusi, which they will elaborate on. And what is it that we are doing? I think upfront, I want to say that the Umalusi evaluation report is taken extremely seriously. And we look at every element of shortcoming. We put together an improvement plan. That improvement plan is provided to Umalusi, and we make sure that we are monitored during the course of the year as to how we are performing in terms of the areas of weaknesses. And our strategy is 4-pronged. It's going to be based on a collaborative review, both at national and provincial level. We pride ourselves in the fact that we work with standard setting in the administration. There will be training session across the board for all functionaries that are required in exam, and intensive monitoring and support would certainly be the order of the day. We are not doing as well as we should be in terms of our question papers, particularly in the languages, and we are planning a training program. Moderation must be strengthened in terms of the issues raised by Umalusi. School-based assessment, there's been an improvement, but again, our teachers are not where they need to be in terms of developing appropriate quality tasks that are of the appropriate standard. So here again, there would be training program, both by curriculum as well as the examination unit, and will strengthen our moderation processes across the system. Umalusi has raised feedback from moderation, which is not at the level of learners. And that's something we need to do so that we not only make sure that feedback gets to teachers, but from teachers, it must filter down to learners as well. In terms of administration, Umalusi once again raised the concern about a long-term solution to staff shortages. Critical posts have been identified. In fact, our DG convened bilateral meetings with HODs where there were critical staff shortages, and some movement has taken place, but not significant enough. So staff shortages is one we are mindful of, and this will be an item discussed at HEADCOM and CEM. Vetting, we're having a struggle with state security agencies, and here again, our DG will write to the head of state security to expedite the vetting. Marking, there's been an improvement, but Umalusi indicate concerns about the 15% novice markers, which we will monitor and make sure we deal with. Again, Umalusi raised the point of the sample scripts that must be marked before our marking guideline discussions. Not all provinces were able to do that in the 2024 exam. And there again, it calls for stronger monitoring from our side. And there were some technical glitches during some of our virtual meetings. Umalusi suggested that we put a support team, which we take and which we will attend to. the 1.5 ratio in terms of markers to senior markers and senior markers to deputy chiefs. It is being done, but there are some subjects where there are still problems, and we will deal with it. My apologies, Honorable Chair, if I took longer than expected. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Malapile, who is the director responsible for the Second Chance Matric program, and he will take us through this part of the presentation. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much. You did take very long. Actually, I was about to interject to say we are now going to revert back to our 15 minutes rule, because I thought when you started, you said you'll be able to summarize the presentation as long as it was. So the second presenter, please, because it has the first part of the presentation has taken very long. So try to summarize.
Good morning, honorable member. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. On behalf of the DG and the DDG Mutembu, we are presenting a Second Chance Matric program. Basically, this is a program where when everybody is celebrating the performance of Matric in class of 2024, we are saying as the department, we are caring for the ones who could not make it. Because we are a caring government, we don't want to leave any learner behind. Now, I'm going to be Chairperson, Honorable Chair, I'll be very short so that we can save some time. If we could put the slide in the slide mode. So we are presenting the Second Chance program that the department is implementing to cater for learners who may have not made it. As you are aware that even the fruits on a tree don't mature at the same time. So others will be the early ones, others will be late. We have learners who are not making who are making it in time. So if we could go to the second chance so I can save some time, Mr. Mahada. There you are. The aim of the project is to support learners so that they can meet the requirements and be able to achieve the NSC, National Senior Certificate, and SC, which is the senior certificate. These are learners who wrote Matric, mostly adults. Most of us here, those who wrote Matric, we wrote SC. Those who wrote Matric before 2007, they have a SC. Those who wrote after, they've got an NSC. So we are supporting these learners per subject so that eventually they are able to obtain the Matric qualification and thereby meeting the NDP goal of increasing learner retention. The objectives of the program: 1 is to increase access, 3, participation and performance, and number 3 is to ensure that we develop material, study material that will be able to meet these learners, as majority of this group of learners are not going to school full-time. The project was launched in 2016, and it has been growing in leaps and bounds, but we also have managed to extend the program in 2024 to cater for learners with disability. I'll speak about that at the end of my presentation. The next slide, please. How do we support learners? We support learners in 4 platforms. Learners, number 1, must register to rewrite Matric. Learners get the results. They must register to rewrite Matric. How do we support them? We support them on 4 platforms. Number 1, face-to-face classes that are taking place after hours and over weekends in selected places, not every place. Number 2, we're working in partnerships to support these learners through broadcast, both television and radio. We also print and deliver study guides that we distribute to each learner. And of course, we do this on online platform. And a program of this nature is underpinned, as you may imagine, by communication, advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation. On this slide, we are just showing you the number of sites that we have. We have the sites that are available, which we can share, Honorable Chair, so that members may know where the centers are located in their respective provinces. So here we indicate registration, that there are 2 exams. There's a May-June exams for those learners who are going to write. Then there is October exams for learners who are going to write. The SC, the older adults who are rewriting Matric are only allowed to write May, June exams. The NSC, those who wrote 2008 until last year, they can write in May, June. They can also write again in October, November. So the next slide. Here we are showing the broadcasting solutions that we have, that we share with the, thank you, that we share with the learners, because a program of this nature, learners are, these adults are hustling, unemployed, some are volunteering, some are at home. So we're providing a program that will be able to meet their conditions and contexts. Next slide. We support, I spoke about providing the study material. These are some of the materials that we're providing. Mind the Gap study guides, revision booklets, question papers of the previous years and memorandums, etc., etc. Next slide. Here we're just giving an example of the study guides that are available. We are printing hard copies, but learners are able, also those who have got access to the internet, can access this material, download them, and use them as soft copies. Here is a digital platform we spoke about earlier, that we've got a website, we've got enough, many resources here that we are giving to our learners that they can be able to access and register and use to prepare for exam. These are additional resources. Vodacom is providing e-learning channel at no cost. MTN is doing the same. We also have a Northwest Dialect teacher, where you can call in, and for mathematics, press 1, then you speak to an expert. We also have an app that we are providing. This device here, which is called Content Access Point, is like external hard drive. We upload information here. We make it available to learners. They are able to access it. We are also conducting learner workshops where we meet these learners, because we realize as they come to the exams that some of them are not fully prepared. They don't know where to find the material. We meet learners at their centers so that we can equip them more and be ready for the examination. And here, a program of this nature, you can't implement it without partners. We're working with the DHET, we're working with the Vodacom Center, NYDA. We're also working with the public libraries and, of course, correctional services. We are beginning to attract the private sector. I'll speak about in a few minutes. The next slide here, we are showing that we're working with the Department of Higher Education. That is in the main, it's also having their own centers. The next slide.
Can we mute? Can we mute? Can we mute?
We have
Sandile, Honorable Ngobeni. Can we mute? Sorry for that. You can continue. We can continue with the presentation.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. We are pleased that we have a sponsorship here of a Grades Match that is able to sponsor our learners, that is offering them application sponsorship at the universities and TVET colleges. Here is the number of learners that we're able to help with this organization. As you can see, the number, they're indicating that for province, we're showing you the number of the learners that we help to apply in universities. We also have the same number for TVET colleges. The other slide here, we've got an app, an educational app that learners can download. It gives the opportunity for them to write a test every Friday, and they get feedback and they engage with experts. And of course, we are conducting advocacy and public awareness of this program using media platforms, road shows, presidential imbizo, and we are invited by other organizations as well. Next slide. We are monitoring the program to ensure that teaching is taking place. We are working with internal auditors in the department. We are also appointing a service provider this year to be able to conduct the overall evaluation of the performance of this program. Of course, what have we funded? That's part of our money. We are funding the development of the study guides. Dr. Polia spoke earlier about the diagnostic reports that indicate areas in which learners are struggling. We use experts at the district and province to develop study guides to highlight the areas that our learners are struggling in the specific subjects. We have also funded what is vocational oriented subjects such as civil technology, engineering, consumer studies, arts and design, which although we don't offer this in our classes, but we do give the study guides that we offer to our learners. Here is that we're showing in the enrollment in terms of the part-time enrollments over a number of years per province. Next slide, learners who wrote the subjects, so that because we have got a high number of, and Dr. Pula spoke about it, we have got a high number of learners who are writing, but we also have a challenge in terms of learners who are not necessarily performing. This slide in particular is showing our overall performance of supporting learners. As you can look at this slide, we have increasing over a number of years that these are the learners that we are supporting that are able to pass and improve their results and thereby qualify for NSFAS and thereby qualify for admission at universities and colleges. And then registration, I spoke about that. The classes are now underway that are good for preparing learners who are going to write May, June exam, and they will get their results in August. Here we are just showing members, honorable members here, the categories of the learners that we have. We have got learners, for example, who wrote in 2024, 705, and we have got 600,000 learners plus who performed. We have 89,000 learners who did not make it. And these are the type of learners that we are supporting. And of course, we are supporting learners from the previous years as well. Now, what are we doing in terms of expanding? I spoke a little bit about expanding the program, which we have not been able to do. We are pleased to be able to do that. Expanding the program to cater for learners with disabilities, starting with the deaf, the blind, and the partially sighted. And of course, we continue to work with the Department of Correctional Services to support learners who are in our prisons. I spoke about that. We are also working with universities because universities are indicating that sometimes they don't get learners in specific subjects, such as mathematics, accounting. They develop their own program of selected learners who they use as a program. So here, this slide, we just indicate our budget allocations over the next coming 3 years. In closing here, I just want to show that the impact, we have supported more than 300,091 learners, the last block, over a number of years. 391,000 learners we have been able to support over the years to be able to pass and improve their matric results. The next slide here is that viable for youth. The program is seen as an option. We are giving an example here that 400,000 learners are applying to go to UJ, and only 10,000 learners are admitted. Majority of them, they don't have option. Some of them, they come to us, they register so that they can improve their results. So the program is making an impact as an option that learners, young people can take to improve their chances. The other matter is that we are developing the study guides. I spoke about that. But the point I want to make is that all the materials we are developing, we are making them available to the mainstream learners. I spoke about here that we have expanded the program to cater for learners with disabilities. We are providing them with material and the devices that they need. One last important point is that if you look at the high unemployment rate in South Africa overall, the youth are the one who are suffering most. Now, if you look at the youth, majority of young people who are unemployed are 39%, according to Stats SA. That is people who do not have matric. The more you don't have a matric, it's difficult for you to get a job opportunities. Here we indicate that the links that we are making them available that learners are able to use. I think that's the end of the presentation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any other addition from the department on their presentation? Okay. Mr. Brown, in terms of our agenda, that is the only presentation that we are scheduled to receive.
Chairperson, we do have on on the exams, Umalusi is also presenting, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay. Let's then allow Umalusi to present, and then we can then discuss and engage the presentations afterwards. Umalusi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I want to maybe first begin by acknowledging the Minister of Basic Education, the Honorable Ms. Siviwe Gwarube, the Deputy Minister for Basic Education, Honorable Dr. Rejana Mhaule, yourself, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, the DG, Mr. Matanze Mweli, as well as a delegation from the Basic Education Department. Good morning to all of you. My name is Professor Thabo Msibi. I am the Deputy Chairperson of Umalusi Council. And I want to first and foremost begin by tendering an apology from the Chair, Professor Yunus Balim, who could not make it today because he had a prior commitment. Chairperson, in this meeting, I'm accompanied by Dr. Mafu Rakometi, who is the CEO of Umalusi, Mr. Emmanuel Sibanda, who is Executive Manager for Qualifications and Research, Ms. Cindy Thomas, who is the Acting Executive Manager for Quality Assurance and Monitoring, Mr. Biggie Potter, who is the Senior Manager for Public Relations and Communication, Ms. Mary Madia, who is the Senior Manager for Quality Assurance of Assessment, Mr. Andy Tulo, who is the Manager for Quality Assurance of Assessment, Monitoring and Evaluation. We are very grateful, Chair, for this opportunity to brief the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education on the quality assurance processes that Umalusi conducted in relation to the 2024 November National Senior Certificate Examinations and Assessments that led to Umalusi approving the release of the results on the 13th of January 2025. While approval was given to the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Independent Examinations Board, as well as the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, today's presentation will focus on the DBE. The presentation was shared between the CEO, Dr. Rakometi, and Ms. Mary Madia, Senior Manager for Quality Assurance of Assessment. In the presentation, we'll focus on the following. First, the scope of quality of assurance of assessment processes. Secondly, the identified areas of improvement. Thirdly, recurring areas of non-compliance. Fourthly, issues relating to standardization of examination and results and resulting processes. Fifthly, recurring challenges in the system. And finally, we'll conclude with a way forward. Chairperson, while irregularities were identified during the writing and marking of the examinations, they were not of such a systemic nature that they could compromise the overall credibility and integrity of the 2024 NSC results. This is what led the Executive Committee of Umalusi Council to approve the release of the results. For this reason, Umalusi commends the Department of Basic Education for successfully administering, conducting, and managing the 2024 NSC examinations. Umalusi congratulates all assessment bodies for successfully conducting and managing the 2024 end-of-year examinations. Special word of commendation is extended to the DBE. As evidenced by the numbers, the DBE examination system is large and very, very complex. It is not an easy task to ensure that each and every one of the more than 800,000 candidates across the length and breadth of South Africa receives the correct question paper at the right time and in the correct venue, that the individual scripts are collected and marked, that the marks are verified and then transferred onto the computer systems and submitted to Umalusi for standardization purposes, that standardization decisions are implemented on the system, and that learners are resulted in a timely manner, all of this done with proper attention to the integrity of the process. This is certainly most deserving of our commendation and certainly demonstrates that the system is indeed improving. I'll now hand you over to Dr. Rakometi, who will lead the presentation on behalf of Umalusi. I thank you very much. Dr. Rakometi, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Msibi. Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Mema Imela, Honorable Minister Ms. Siviwe Gwarube, Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Mhaule, Deputy Chairperson of Council, Professor Thabo Msibi, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, DG Mweli, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to present to the Portfolio Committee. As already indicated, I'm going to be sharing the presentation with Mary Madia, on the November 2024 National Senior Certificate Examinations and how the quality assurance processes were done. The presentation outline will be touching on the following. Please move the slide. Presentation outline. It will be Umalusi's mandate and regulatory framework. That's what we'll be focusing on. Framework for quality assurance of assessment, quality assurance processes undertaken in 2024, standardization and resulting challenges and conclusion. First of all, about Umalusi's mandate and regulatory framework. Umalusi derives its mandate for quality assurance of assessment from two pieces of legislation: the National Qualifications Framework Act as amended and the General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act as amended. I'm going to refer to specific sections. First of all, Section 27H and 27I of the NQF Act, and then the GenFEDQA Act, which states the following: that council must perform the external moderation of assessment of all assessment bodies and educational institutions. The council may adjust raw marks during the standardization process, and the council must, with the concurrence of the Director General and after consultation with the relevant assessment body or education institution, approve the publication of the results of learners if the council is satisfied that the assessment body or education institution has satisfied the conditions that warrant such an approval. Chairperson, honorable members, we not only quality assure the examinations of the Department of Basic Education, we also do quality assure the qualifications on our sub-framework, which are done under the Department of Higher Education and Training. The table that you see, they will indicate under the Department of Basic Education that we do quality assure the National Senior Certificate that we are discussing today, the Senior Certificate as amended, and with the Department of Higher Education and Training, the National Certificate Vocational and the GETC ABET and related report 190191 and 22 and 3. And that will be for the public assessment bodies. For the private assessment bodies, we've got Sakai and IEB. And for both of them, we quality assure the National Senior Certificate and the GETC ABET. I'm going to, at this point, hand over to Merimadia, and I'll come back, Honorable Chairperson, towards the end to conclude the presentation. Thank you very much. Mary?
Thank
Hello,
you very
Mary.
much. Yes, I'm here, CEO. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Let me greet Honorable Minister Gwarube and the Deputy, and also the DG from the DBE, colleagues from the DBE, Prof. Musibi and colleagues from Umalusi, and members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm going to quickly run through the framework of Umalusi Quality Assurance of Assessment. We quality assure assessment. This is to ensure that assessment leading to the award of certificates in schools, adult education centers, and technical and vocational education and training colleges is of the required standard. This is in order to ensure that certificates issued by Umalusi are credible. So we achieve this by firstly moderating question papers. So we receive question papers that are set by the assessment bodies, we moderate them and we approve them. This includes the practical assessment tasks and common assessment tasks in the case of life orientation. This is the critical step of the quality assurance because we need to safeguard the integrity and credibility of the examinations. We also monitor and moderate school-based assessment. We audit the state of readiness to conduct examinations. We audit the appointed markers. We monitor the conduct, administration, and management of assessment and examination process. and standardization of marking guidelines to ensure that marking is consistent, it is accurate, monitor and verify marking. We also oversee management of concessions and examination irregularities, and we standardize assessment outcomes, and the last step is to approve the release of the results. Now, the next slide, I'm going to provide a summary of the quality assurance processes undertaken for the November 2024 NSC examinations as per the framework that I've just shared with you. Now, this slide provides both the breadth and depth of Umalusi's quality assurance process across the three assessment bodies, which is Sakai, the IEB, and the DBE. Firstly, moderation of question papers. For Sakai and the DBE, we moderated and approved 100%, 46 for the Sakai and 162 question papers for the DBE. For the IEB, it's 95 out of 123. Therefore, it shows that we moderated and left about 28 question papers. The majority of these unmoderated papers pertained to non-official languages. Then in terms of moderation of SBA, PET, and orals, is a very important component of the final examination mark. For the Sakai, we sampled 21 out of 24 subjects, which is a very good sample. IEB, 10 out of 58, only 17%, and the DBE, 20 out of 68 subjects, which is just 29%. And monitoring of examination centers. For Sakai, we sampled 66 out of 84, almost close to 100%, it's just 79%. And then for the IEB, it's 44 out of 256 centers, 17%. And for the DBE, out of the 6,933, we sampled only 300.
And he's quiet now.
Am I?
Mary had disappeared for some time, then she came back. I'll quickly check what is happening. I'm very sorry for this.
Am I back?
You are back.
Okay.
But your presentation is gone. Your
Yes,
presentation is gone on the screen.
Oh, okay. Okay. In the meantime, let me continue. Right, in terms of standardization of marking guidelines, just to repeat that for Sakai, it's 32 question papers out of 46, which is just 70%. And the IEB, it's 18 out of 95, 19%. And for the DBE, it's 100%, which is 148 question papers. And then the next one is monitoring of marking centers. Apologies about that. They are still trying to assist here. For marking centers, for both Sakai.
Mr. Rakomets, if she can try to bring back the slides, but I think it would be better.
Okay, we do that, Chair.
Please, Mary, before you proceed, bring back the slides. Otherwise, the members will not know where you are.
Okay, thank you. Matilda is assisting. Night mode.
Beautiful day comes.
Go up.
Then go to the right slide, to the correct slide, which is slide number 10.
Okay. Thank you very much, CEO and Chair, apologies about that. I'm going to go to monitoring of marking centers. For Sakai, it was just only one center established. We managed to monitor that center, and for the IEB 4, we managed to monitor all of them. And for the DBE, we managed to monitor 30 out of 183 centers, which is just 16%. Then in terms of verification of marking, for Sakai, 15 out of 24 subjects, and IEB 10 out of 58 subjects, and for the DBE 37 out of 68 subjects, which is 54%. And for standardization of results, we managed to do 100%. So 100% of subjects were standardized across the 3 assessment bodies. The next slide will focus on the quality assurance processes undertaken in 2024, specifically for the DBE. We conducted the state of readiness to conduct the 2024 NSC examinations, and the report was presented on the 11th of October to the nation through a media briefing on the 11th of October 2024. In addition, we presented preliminary report on the state of readiness to the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education on the 17th of September 2024, and the final report was presented on the 22nd of October 2024. All irregularities that were identified were managed in accordance with the regulations pertaining to the conduct, administration, and management of the National Senior Certificate examinations by the committees that are put in place to manage examinations, that is your PIC, and ratified by the NEIC. A detailed draft report covering all the quality assurance of assessment processes was shared with the DBE. The DBE was requested to provide feedback to Umalusi by the 31st of January 2025, which they did. Now, in finalizing the report for publication, Umalusi will consider some of the issues that were raised by the DBE. I just want to highlight that this report provides a comprehensive overview of all quality assurance processes. So it highlights areas of improvement, instances of non-compliance, and the directives issued for compliance and improvement. So this report will not cover, the presentation will not cover the state of readiness, as feedback was sent to the DBE through the provinces, and most of the issues were really attended to before the commencement of the exams. So the following slides will focus on areas of improvement where there has been any direction for compliance and improvement. These directives are informed by instances of non-compliance, which are detailed in the report, as well as areas with recurrent non-compliance, right? This is where areas of non-compliance persist. I'm not going to waste time on the directives issued by to the DBE. Dr. Polia has already shared all of them, her process and the intervention strategies. So we will await submission of the improvement plan from the DBE, which is due on 14 March 2025. We will monitor implementation through bilaterals during the upcoming June exam, as well as during the state of readiness. It is important that I emphasize, Chair, and clarify that areas of improvement that I'm going to share with you refer to 2 key aspects. Firstly, where the DBE has demonstrated progress in response to directives. That is where there were areas of non-compliance. Those were issued in previous examination cycles. And secondly, where the DBE has introduced creative and innovative measures to enhance the system. Furthermore, the absence of flagged areas of improvement does not imply that the DBE has not made progress. Rather, it indicates that the DBE is effectively maintaining expected standards and fulfilling its responsibilities as required. Now, I'm going to look at the areas of improvement for moderation of question papers. We observed the following improvement: 7% increase in compliance with the cognitive levels criterion. That is commendable. So the DBE moved from 64% in November 2022 and November 2023 to 71% in November 2024. The improvement in content coverage rising from 60% in November 2022 and November 2023 to 70% in November 2024. This is equally praiseworthy. I'm going to skip the directives because really Dr. Polia captured them very well. And then the following areas with recurrent non-compliance were noted. The recurring low performance levels in the 6 criteria, technical details, text selection types and quality of questions, language and bias, conformity with question paper, accuracy and reliability of marking guidelines, as well as overall impression, and the inability to attain 100% compliance with the criteria for internal moderation, content coverage, cognitive skills, and predictability is still a concern. In terms of moderation of the school-based assessment, I'm going to skip again the directives. They've been captured very well. What I can emphasize is that we would really want to see feedback being provided to both teachers and learners at district and school levels for developmental purposes. Moderation instruments should not be used as checklists. Areas with recurrent non-compliance, it's in terms of administration of assessment tasks, which are not CAPS compliant. We have observed in some of the provinces where the assessment tasks that are administered are not CAPS compliant, and also poor quality of internal moderation or lack of thereof. For audit of appointed markers, the following area of improvement was noted: adherence to the ratio of 1:5 for senior markers to markers, the deputy chief markers to senior markers showed improvement compared to previous examination cycles with only minor deviations. Again, I'm going to skip the directives here and go to an area with recurrent non-compliance. While some progress has been made, as I indicated, there is an area of improvement. There remains non-adherence to the ratio of 1.5 in the appointment of senior markers to markers and deputy chief markers to senior markers in some of the provinces. In terms of monitoring the writing of examinations, again, I'm skipping this because they were all captured in Dr. Polia's slide. The following areas with recurrent non-compliance were noted: invigilators not adhering to their roles and responsibilities as per the regulation pertaining to the conduct, administration, and management of the examinations. We observed pockets of behavioral offenses and acts of dishonesty that occurred during writing. There were reported cases of unauthorized materials used in the examination sessions and reported cases of group copying. In terms of standardization of marking guidelines, the Information Technology Paper 1, the Eastern Cape submitted a report for consideration at the pre-marking meeting, regardless of whether its marking was outsourced to other provinces. So we really commend the DBE as this enhances the quality of marking. I'm going to skip the directives. They have been captured. The following area with recurrent non-compliance was noted. While some progress has been noted, non-compliance persists in meeting the requirement for pre-marking the stipulated quota of 20 scripts per marker. Certain provinces continue to fall short of this requirement. Now, in terms of monitoring the marking of examinations, here are areas of improvement. There was adequate supply of water maintained at the centers with boreholes and water tanks on standby to mitigate the impact of the ongoing national water shortages affecting municipalities. Also in the Eastern Cape, an additional level of quality assurance was piloted in the script control rooms, focusing on post-marking procedures to ensure accuracy and consistency. In the Northwest, the responsibilities of the marking center managers were extended to include quality assurance of marked scripts, ensuring the uniform application of marking guidelines. So really, this additional level of quality assurance is commendable as it ensures that marking remains accurate and consistent, and no markers are marking outside the established tolerance range. Monitoring the marking of the examinations, I'm going to keep That one, and I'm going to go to the area with recurrent non-compliance. Inconsistencies in the management of access control at marking centers by security firms. I think this is where the DBE has to focus. In terms of verification of marking, we have noted the following improvement. There were noticeable improvements in the application of the approved marking guidelines across all marking centers. Also, consistency and progress in moderation were observed at all levels in most marking centers. In Gauteng in particular, the province allowed for 4 days of intensive training, 2 days for deputy chief markers and the senior markers, and an additional 2 days for the markers. This really enhanced the consistency in both marking and moderation. I'm skipping the directives for compliance and go straight to the areas with recurrent non-compliance. While some progress has been made, there remains non-adherence to the ratio of 1:5 in the appointment of deputy chief markers to senior markers. And I'm going to hand over to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you very much, Mary, and thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to be looking at the standardization and resulting. This one area of our work that is very much complex because it is unique to the work of Umalusi in the country. And with the misinformation that goes with standardization, we realized that it may damage the reputation of the department and Umalusi, because if people don't get the correct information, it leads to a lot of misconceptions. And with the complexities, Honorable Chairperson, I'm making an offer to the honorable members through you that we are willing to even run a workshop so that we are detailed, a 2 to 3 hour workshop on standardization so that we are on the same page on how we run this process. Now, what is standardization? Just briefly, it is a process used to eliminate the effects of factors other than the learner's knowledge, abilities, and aptitude on their performance. And why do we standardize the results? We try to do this to ensure that learners are not advantaged or disadvantaged by factors other than their knowledge of the subject, abilities, and aptitude. And to achieve comparability and consistency of the results from one year to the next. That's very important. Now, we've got standardization principles which have been discussed extensively with the different assessment bodies and thereafter ratified by council. We had a review of these standardization principles about 2 to 3 years ago, and they are as current as we may want to agree. The first principle is that no adjustment should exceed 10% of the historical average, either in either direction, that is upwards or downwards. So that there are instances where we exceed 10% upwards or downwards. In those instances, before the committee of council that deals with standardization can have that implemented, it will have to be ratified by the executive committee of council. They'll have to make a submission to say, we are exceeding the 10% that is in the principles for these reasons. Secondly, if the distribution of the raw marks is below or above the historical average, the marks may be adjusted either way, that is either upwards or downwards, subject to the limitations of 10% where that is applicable. In the case of the individual candidate, the adjustment effective should not exceed half of the raw mark obtained by the candidate. After considering qualitative and quantitative reports, Umalusi formulates positions on each subject. Now, Chairperson, like I said, I'm just rattling through this, but we may have the opportunity of discussing this in much more detail. Now, in the next slide, we're looking at the history of how we have standardized. Next slide, please. Of how we have standardized over the years. 2024, which is the year in question, 68 subjects were submitted for our consideration. Out of the 68, we retained 53 subjects at raw marks. That is 78% of the total. Mainly upwards, it was two subjects, which represent 3%. Mainly downwards is 13 subjects, which constitutes 19. We have included the previous years so that the members can look at the trends over the years to see how have we been standardizing from 2020 up to 2024. Now, considering the challenges that we have observed in this examination, the first one is unregistered candidates. We received reports that the independent school allowed an independent school allowed 30 candidates who did not pass grade 11 to register for grade 12 examinations. We submit that is highly irregular, and we say this is unacceptable, and we are satisfied with the action taken by the department to withdraw the registration status of the school consent. Also, what Dr. Polia referred to is the practice of disallowing candidates from writing. And we implore the affected learners and parents or guardians to report such incidents to relevant authorities. We anecdotally say this may be as a result of the principals and the teachers wanting to retain their position on the league tables, so that if they see that there are some weak learners who may pull the results of an individual school down, they want to remove them from the list of the learners who are going to write. And we say this practice is not correct, it's not allowed. Regarding group copying, the number of institutions and learners involved in group copying has gone down, and the problem remains serious in KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga. And we say we are asking for the complete eradication of group copying in the system. In some instances, group copying happens with learners being able to assist each other without the invigilator being aware. And we are saying if that happens, it means that the invigilation is not up to scratch, that learners are able to help each other in the exam room in the presence of the invigilator. In some instances, this is happening with the assistance of the chief invigilators, who are supposed to be people in authority and teachers, you know. So that is not acceptable. As we move on to the next slide, the financial limitations impact on the ability of Umalusi to conduct quality assurance at the desired scale. You might have observed the small samples that Madia referred to. Just to illustrate the point, only 317 out of 6,933 examination centers were monitored. That is 4.6%. Only 30 out of 183 marking centers were sampled for verification. That constitutes 16%. So we are saying adequate funding is essential to expand quality assurance, to strengthen the credibility of the examinations, and that can only be done once the necessary resources are available. The Executive Committee of Council met with the department under the leadership of DG Mweli on the 7th of January, 2025. And after considering the reports from the department and the reports from Umalusi under the leadership of Meme Madia in terms of quality assurance of assessment, the Executive Committee of Council agreed to issue an approval statement, which Chairperson I choose in the interest of time not to read. The members can read the statement at their leisure, believing that the members have been favored with a copy of our presentation. So I'm not going to read the statement. It is pleasing to note that the Executive Committee of Council commended the department for conducting a successful examination on such a large scale. Of all the assessment bodies that we have in the country, the DBE system is the largest, is the biggest. It touches all the corners of South Africa, and that they have been able to run this examination effectively to the point that the EXCO of Council has approved is something that has to be commended. Let me conclude by thanking the Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister for their leadership in basic education and for their support to the work of Umalusi. Thank the Honorable Chairperson of this committee for their support, together with the members of the Portfolio Committee, and for the advice that we always get when we interact with this committee. And on that note, I want to thank the members for affording us the opportunity to make this presentation with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. We are now going to allow members to engage with the two presentations. I know they were a bit very detailed, a bit long, but as I had said when I started, that we hoped that members received this presentation, so you would have had an opportunity to go through the presentations and prepare adequately to engage the presentations. I'm going to note hands. Honorable Ncube will be the first, Honorable Christians, Honorable Ngubeni. Those are the only hands that I am currently seeing on the platform. Honorable Ncube. Honorable Ncube. Okay.
Yes.
Honorable
Thanks,
Christians.
Thanks, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Are you hearing me, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Ncube.
Okay. Greeting all. Thanks for the presentation. My question is, the presentation under Department of Basic Education, given that the number of full-time candidates who enrolled for the 2024 NSC examination was 7,256, an increase from 7,115, 719 in 2023. What measures in the department implementing to ensure that future increases in enrollment are matched with adequate resources, include educators, learning material, and infrastructure? My second question, while 5,387 schools achieved a pass rate above 80%, the 217 schools that scored below 60%, including 9 schools with less than 20%, remain a concern. What targeted interventions are being implemented to improve performance in these struggling schools? Under a presentation, Umalusi, examination center monitoring, given that Umalusi was the only able to monitor 317 out of 6,933 examination centers in 2024, representing just 4.6% of the total. My question, what steps is Department of Basic Education taking to ensure that the remaining 95.4% of examination center uphold proper examination administration standard? And what budgetary allocations are planned to expand monitoring capacity? The second question, the dropout rate. Were there notable dropout rates leading up to the 2024 NSC exam? How does the department plan to address learners' retention? Department of Education, siyabulela ukuthi abantwana benze kahle. Kodwa ngizocela ukuthi sikhumbule
That the learners have
ukuthi
done well, but we
ukuthi
must remember that
labantwana njengoba benza kahle
yes, these learners are performing very well.
Abastrugglishayo kuma norms and
There are
standards.
those who are struggling since norms and standards.
Othisha basebenza 24/7.
Honorable Ngube.
Yes.
Okay. The interpretation services. So what I'm requesting, because we're on a virtual platform,
Okay.
to the interpretation service, is that allow the member to conclude and then give an interpretation.
Okay,
Because
then.
we are unable now if you are both, yeah.
All right. Okay, let's have ngicela ukugcina la. Ngiyabonga.
No, Honorable Ngube, just the last point. Repeat the last point so that the interpreter can interpret to the meeting.
Oh, okay, now I understand.
Yeah.
Bengicela ukudlulisa umyalezo ku Department of Education ukuthi ukuhalalisela abantwana abaphasile. Sikhumbule ukuthi kunothisha abasebenze 24/7 besebenza ngaphansi kwengcindezi yokuthi ama norms and standard abawatholi, bawathola installment njengamanje, and labo thisha bangena upast 7 baphume u10 ebusuku, ngo10 ebusuku futhi baphinde baqhubeke benze. Alukho olunye uhlelo abangalwenza uku-assista labantu nange-data while Vodacom uku-assiste when it comes sekwenziwa iceremony yama-award, ukuthi ayikho enye indlela u-department ongalekelela ngawo, ngoba ngisho ukudla ey'koleni othisha bagcine bekhipha iy'mali zabo benza ama-sandwich after hours. Ngiyabonga, thank you.
We can interpret the last point.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to appreciate or to congratulate learners who wrote the 2024 exam. And also, I would like to find out as to whether is there any other means that the department can do in order to assist the teachers who work long hours, who end up assisting these learners with some food, and moreover, they work long hours. They should also be assisted with data. Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is about the drop in subject enrollments in the key discipline areas. Now, there is a concern that between 2023 and 2024, enrollments dropped in key subjects. For example, in mathematics, the drop was between 12,300 and 12,400. In physical sciences, there was a drop in enrollment of 6,962. In accounting, for example, a drop in enrollment by almost 3,800. Now, this is a very worrying trend in these key subjects that is really essential for STEM careers and economic growth. And I just want to know by the department if they have an urgent strategy to reverse this decline in enrollments in the core gateway subjects. And are there perhaps any incentives provided to schools and teachers to encourage learner participation in these particular areas? And then also with regard to fee paying versus non-fee schools, there are equity concerns there. For example, there is a disparity in the bachelor pass rates in fee paying and no fee schools. For example, 53.8% of learners in fee paying schools have attained a bachelor pass, and only 44.6% in no-fee schools obtained a bachelor pass. And obviously this raises concerns about the quality of education provided in no-fee schools. And my question to DBE is if there is any specific measures that they have implemented or planning to implement to bridge the gap, this quality gap, essentially, to ensure that there is more equitable access, especially to higher education opportunities for our no-fee paying school learners. And then, Chair, there's been a really great concern with regard to the rise in violence and crime in schools recently, since the beginning of the school year. And I think school safety has really become a national crisis. And in keeping with the National Teenage Suicide Week, I thought it imperative to bring it up that in light of the recent school shooting as well of a principal, and there's a rise in gangs, drugs, violence, and all of this continues to disrupt schools. And this places both, of course, learners and educators at risk. Additionally, there has been bullying, violence. It has just escalated recently, and there's been many disturbing incidents, really, in all provinces almost, gaining widespread attention on both social media, newspapers, and other, raising serious concerns about the well-being of our learners at schools. And my question to DBE really is if there's any urgent intervention to ensure that we have better security in schools, and is there any collaboration with law enforcement and maybe even additional security personnel to address the rise in school-based violence? And coming back to the teacher shortages and the quality of STEM educators, Chairperson, there is obviously a shortage of skilled teachers in math, science, and technology, and it remains a persistent problem. And many schools rely on unqualified and underqualified teachers, and this could potentially contribute to the poor learner performance we see in some schools. And the question is, has DBE a plan in place to recruit, train, and retain more qualified maths and science teachers? And are there any incentives for teachers or even bursaries for teachers to, expand their qualifications in these STEM subjects? And then with regard to the CD program, the concern is, well, let me leave that question out. I'll put that one in writing, Chair. With regard to the role of TVET colleges and vocational training, now we've heard that there's a second chance Matric program and that a number of learners have registered towards this second chance Matric program. However, there is a growing concern that too many learners obviously remain stuck in the formal schooling system, because it does seem as though the second chance program, while being an excellent program and one that we advocate for and obviously want to improve on, it seems that many of these second chance learners actually don't complete that program, and they actually remain stuck in that formal schooling system. Now, is there any plan for DBE to direct these learners towards TVET colleges and maybe even a more vocational training program? We also have our community colleges where they can be directed to. How successful is the programs and the collaboration strategies that exist between DBE and the Department of Higher Education and Training? And if there is no collaboration, does DBE intend, strengthening that collaboration between higher education? And essentially, how do we ensure that our learners who do not qualify for university entry can seamlessly then transition into TVET colleges, into skills training, and into apprenticeships? Because we've seen recently that many of our institutions are overcrowded, and while community colleges may be less crowded. And then also with regard to the Matric Second Chance program, we see that more than 239 learners have registered for the May-June, and 155,000 or more have enrolled for the October-November exams. And the concern is that there were no face-to-face classes for those October-November learners due to budget cuts. I'm speaking about 2024 now. And so these learners face a barrier where they have a lack of, obviously, internet access. They have found financial constraints, motivation issues, because months have now progressed and they've had no face-to-face classes. And the question to DBE is, how will they ensure that this year's Second Chance Matric program remains sustainable and accessible, and that we do not see learners who have actually enrolled for the program lapse along the way because of certain issues and certain lack of, for example, internet access and financial constraints coming into play there. And then, Chairperson, lastly, I just want to speak on the learner transport policy and safety issues. Now, it seems that thousands of learners in provinces like Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal still lack reliable transport, and they are still walking long distances to school. The budget allocated to transport has been cut, which is a huge concern. And the concern is obviously that learners are forced to use unsafe transport means. And really, my question is just, what is the department going to do to ensure that qualifying learners receive safe scholar transport? And, just to ensure that we prevent corruption and inefficiency in our learner transport procurement in especially these areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and also colleagues. I do apologize for earlier's disruption. I didn't realize. Today, honestly, I do want to commend the department. I think it's fantastic that we've reached a point where we can celebrate higher numbers of pass rates, particularly for Matric. As we know, it's a very important year for all our kids, and it's also a very stressful year for both learners and parents. So that's definitely, the pass rate is definitely commendable, and I want to say congratulations, honestly, to each and every person who's put in the lot of work that they have. My biggest concern, the other things that one has got to deal with will be dealt with in ensuing committee meetings. I'm concerned about the absorption rate into particularly higher learning. We have seen that we've got a higher rate of bachelor passes in 2024 than we've seen before. The collaboration with institutions of higher learning, what is the level of competition between kids who come out of IEB, for example? They all go into the same stream of university. There is no IEB necessarily university, versus kids who come out of public schools and then, of course, have to battle with NSFAS, etc. Is there an encashment process? And if not, are we thinking about it? Because it's concerning that you can have applications of over 300,000 and only 6,000 places for students. I think that really means that, things are not the same in this particular era. We do have to extend ourselves as the public sector a little bit more than what we normally would. And I think for me, schools, I don't know if DBE is able to even intervene in this regard, with regards to the fact that it's not enough anymore for schools to just be concerned about their pass rates. Are they concerned about, the year after, what happens? Because you can pass and have distinctions and then have no pathway. Are kids being exposed to other pathways to development other than immediate higher learning? All of us here know that there are many ways to skin a cat, and sometimes people get to go to university or realize their dreams of university much later in life than immediately after school. Are we thinking about that in any way? I'm thinking about pathways, for example, that include things like, the volunteering pathway. I know people don't want to volunteer anymore, but I'm just urging colleagues that we start to think outside of the box. In my view, voters have voted. It is now time for us to deliver a better system and move forward and make sure that we can deliver good services, particularly in the education system for our students. And so mine today is not really to lament all of the issues. We know the issues that exist, but in this particular moment is to say, very well done to all of to the department and everybody concerned in the work that they have done. My true concern is the issue with the change in our culture. It's going to take some time. Are we thinking about that? And are we devising some strategies to be able to say, if in fact we don't have enough universities and we don't have enough encatchments, what happens to these stellar students who we are praising and then they don't have a pathway to the next level? Because I think that is really where the tragedy lies, because the successes of 2024 need to be able to translate in 2029. And schools need to also be concerned about the caliber of the students that they've produced to be able to demonstrate where those kids are and what are they doing with their bachelor passes and their stellar marks beyond just the matric year. I think that's sort of my contribution for today, Chairperson, and that's been my preoccupation ever since we had the results presentation evening a couple of weeks ago. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Gaza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chairperson, honorable members, to the Minister, Deputy Minister, Director General, and DPE team. Chairperson, as much as we are celebrating 87.3%, I wish that we reflect on the reports which indicates that it's only 47.8% of learners who have qualified for bachelor studies, meaning more than half of our matriculants are not equipped for university education. For me, Chairperson, this is not a success. This is a national crisis because while we are celebrating, but our children are being set up for failure in the real world. So I just want to know if are there any measures in place in ensuring that we increase bachelor studies so that we see more of our learners being accepted in universities. Also, a concern matter in the gender gap. Chairperson, the report highlights that girls outperformed boys in obtaining bachelor passes. As we are celebrating our girls, but I think we must understand why are our boys being left behind. I think the department is failing to address this issue that is facing our boys in the system. And if we do not act now, we risk losing an entire generation of young men to unemployment, to crime and despair. So I just want to know, as much this is not an education crisis, I understand it is a social catastrophe, but I just want to know if are there any systems in place to assist these young boys in our education system. Furthermore, Chairperson, 319,651 distinctions were announced, but I wish us to zoom in on the issue of mathematics and physical science. Even though there was a slight improvement in mathematics, but physical science saw a decline. which is a serious concern since these are the subjects that drive innovation, science, and economic growth. And it's saddening us to see that our children are struggling to compete on the global on the global stage or on the global level. So in this case, I just want to know if are there any departments interventions or plans to improve physical pass rates, or maybe systems to develop physical science educators. Furthermore, Chairperson, on the issue of the quintile divide, the report shows that learners from quintile 1 to 3 are making gains, but the performance gap between quintiles remains a glaring issue. So in this case, we see that while the rich gets richer, the poor are left with crumbling schools, as we were raising it on the last meeting in terms of overcrowding classrooms, and these schools in quintile 1, 2, and 3 are lacking necessary resources. However, we see that there are some improvements in these quintiles. But then I just want to check the department's intervention to close this gap. Lastly, Minister is speaking of the need to strengthen foundational learning, but this is an admission of the department's greatest failure. In this case, we see that our ECD facilities are not functioning properly, and it seems like this tendency is going up to foundation phase, because we see many learners who cannot read for meaning while they're in grade 4. This is not just a failure of education. I think we are just betraying our children's potential. Okay, I said it's a last a point, but then my concluding point is that the report is mentioning the need to protect teaching and learning time, but we must be realistic on this one, because we see our schools having understaffed educators, and these educators are overworked. At the same time, we see them, they are undervalued of the work that they are doing. And for me, I feel that it's difficult to expect them to provide quality education whilst they are not valued. And for this, I don't see our children succeed when their teachers are struggling to survive. I'm concluding here, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gaza. Honorable, you're done.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'd like to welcome the various improvements mentioned in presentations from both the department and Umalusi. It's clear that a lot of work has gone into taking up learnings from the past and continuously improving performance, moving towards the future. And Chairperson, in the presentation made by Umalusi, there is a suggestion of training on various levels, such as upskilling teachers in question setting, measurement of question difficulty levels, technical layout, presentation of assessment tasks. So those are all related to assessment itself, and then ranging from that to training of security personnel. And it seems like it would make sense for the department to assess the training needs and draw up a plan to deal with the areas of recurrent non-compliance as well, such as the CAPS compliance, the roles and responsibilities, etc., because I think some of those issues can also be resolved with training. So my question is, does the department have a plan to undergo such a task? And then, Chairperson, a key concern is the persistence of recurring non-compliance. And while it's important to acknowledge areas of learning and improvement, as had been done, repeated issues indicate a deeper problem. And I'm wondering what measures the department has in place to ensure accountability and to prevent ongoing non-compliance in the areas where this is mentioned, and where there does not seem to be any improvement. Then, Chair, I also have a question on the Second Chance program, which has been elaborated on quite a lot by some former speakers, particularly Dr. Christians. The program is a crucial initiative that provides learners with the opportunity to rewrite their exams, and it appears to equip them with the support needed to improve their results, to better prepare for a life beyond school. And I'm convinced that the expansion of the program is also going to have a very positive impact on that. I've seen in the presentation there is mention of career talks and, you know, a lot of additional support beyond the schooling years, which is also a concern that's been mentioned earlier. However, Chair, I'm concerned that greater awareness efforts of the program are necessary, as many parents and learners remain unaware of how to access this opportunity. And this highlights for me a gap in the department's outreach before exams are released. And this could significantly ease the mental and emotional burden on learners, knowing that, you know, the final exams at the end of year is not their first and only chance ever to succeed in their schooling. And so does the department have plans to broaden their awareness efforts throughout the academic year of the Second Chance program, with additional communication upon the release of results that can support parents and learners when it comes to knowing how to apply to rewrite, if they want to improve their results, or if they might not have, you know, have made it on the first try? That will be all. Thank you.
Honorable Low.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation by the department as it seeks to deal with crucial issues of importance, Chair. The results, the NSC results, are not just numbers. They reflect the hard work and dedication of our learners, teachers, and schools. They also serve as a mirror, Chair, for the performance of our education system as a whole. Now, as critical as we have received the presentations, it is imperative that we analyze the overall pass rates and subject performance in our NSC results. And then we need to pose ourselves questions as one. We could have seen improvements are we seeing improvements in key subjects, and where do we need to focus our efforts for better outcomes, Chair? One. And then I think also it goes hand in glove. When you speak about the performance, you must speak also about your equity and access, Chair. We should also look on to, it is also vital that we examine how different demographics performed. And as we look on to that, we should also look at all learners, regardless of their background. Are they receiving support they need? We must hold the department accountable for ensuring equitable access to resources and quality education. So in all of what I've raised, Chair, I think that the department will need to look on to that, because we also need to look on to how do we support underperforming schools that are struggling in different regions, and mostly how do we intensify the performance of the same underperforming schools that are trying at the best level of inadequate resources or inadequate limited resources that they receive from the department. So without having to waste any time, I would like to pose my questions, Chair. And I think the first question I'll pose will be to check on how many learners have registered for the program in the past 3 years, the one on the Second Chance Matric program, and what is the provincial breakdown of involvement of numbers, and are there disparities in participation across provinces? And then I'll also want to check on the funding and resource allocation What is the annual budget allocated to the Second Chance Matric program? And how does the department, how is the funding distributed across the provinces by the department? And I'll also want to check on the teaching and learning support material. I've seen in the presentation they've highlighted on what are the platforms they utilizes, but I want to check currently now what type of learning materials and resources are provided to learners who are doing the second chance, in giving the fact that we have been experiencing whereby these learners who are from disadvantaged areas, from who are getting this, are not able to get this adequate support of materials. And how does this department ensure that quality of teaching and tutoring in the program is taking place? And also, what measures are in place to enhance learner support, such as your career guidance, psychological support, and motivation chair, so that you are able to know these things. And I also want to go to examinations and assessment procedures. How are examinations and assessment for SCMP candidates administered and monitored in most instances? Are there any concerns regarding cheating or irregularities from the second chance writing? Have you ever had to get a detailed report? And then how does the department ensure that learners have adequate time and prepare for sitting to these exams, so that we are able to understand these things? The last one, Chair, it's on inclusivity and support for vulnerable learners. How did learners with disability perform in the 2024 NSC exams? What support structures were in place to ensure inclusivity? I'm saying disabled learners, because we would have notified that there are public schools, there were quintile 1 and 2 and 3s, whom have reported to us to say there are many learners, even if not declared, or the schools not having the expertise and practices. They would say that they've got many of these learners. And I want to check, what is the department doing to identify such learners in schools that are saying, we are not a school of this particular expertise, but found out that in most of our learners, these learners are suffering in a particular disparity, or they're suffering, or they've got certain issue that is a disadvantage for them to be able to enhance like any other learner, so that we are able to understand what measures in place to do that. And then the other one was, there any increase in the use of technology for exam administration or marking, Chair? Want to know about that. Have you enhanced, have you changed, or we are still using the manual and then the moderator and whatsoever? Were there any challenges related to technical systems, if there are any, that were used to that? And then in that nutshell, Chair, I think I'm fine. I'll submit written questions to the Secretary for the department and Umalusi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shkombani. Honorable Shkombana.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation from the Department of Basic Education and Umalusi. Chair, I want to put it clear that as the EFF, before I can even start with my question, as the EFF, that we're going to constantly ask the minister until she satisfies us in terms of answering this question with regard to a Bella bill. When is she going to implement the Bella bill in its fullest? We need her to commit the date, so that as the committee and as members of parliament, we are able to hold her accountable. Until she does that, we'll always, before we speak as the EFF, ask that question, because it is very much important that that bill being fully implemented, and she must stop playing delay tactics with regard to the implementation of the bill. Our people are waiting for the full implementation of the bill. So now, Chair, going to the questions, I will start with the department itself. The department, we heard your presentation, and in as much as we congratulate the learners of 2024 who have passed, but the question still remains that majority of these people, they passed, but they can't still access universities because of the manner in which they have passed, or the nature of their certificates that they have. They've got bachelors, but those bachelors does not guarantee them space in the universities or even TVET colleges. It's a matter of a serious concern. And then we want to know from the department as to say, how is that issue going to be addressed? And going forward, Chair, there's a situation here. We have a less number of our learners in our schools who show a less interest in the following subject: mathematics, agricultural science, economics, accounting, and physical science. And these kids, if they show interest in this, less interest in this subject, where are we going as a country? Because majority of the schools that are celebrating that they've passed, you check the allocation of their subjects. It's your tourism. It's your history, not that we are actually undermining history. It's one of the important subjects, but in majority is your mathematical literacy. Subjects that do not even assist them anyhow. And it even becomes a serious difficulty for one that has actually granted or received an access to a higher education to go or to choose a stream as to where these people want to go, because the type of the subject that they are having, they are not actually of value to that extent. So how is the department going to deal with this issue of having our kids or our learners in the schools not having interest in the subject such as the ones that I've mentioned above? Because it's a matter of concern. We need to celebrate the pass rate of Matric when we know very well that majority of the people that we have, or the kids that we have, they've passed mathematics, they've passed physical science, they've passed geography, they've passed economics, they've passed accounting, they've passed business studies. Then we know as a country that we are heading somewhere. But having people just choosing some streams that are not taking them anywhere, and they are not going to assist us to have people who will be studying serious degrees in the universities that will come back and contribute meaningfully into our economy, is like we're regressing. So again, Chair, the other question that I want to pose to the Department of Higher Education is the security in the schools. Beginning of the year, when the schools were reopening, we have noticed that in Kraftfontein in the Western Cape, there was a serious a crime scene that took place where a principal of the school was shot and killed, and was killed next to the premises of the school. Where was our securities at that point? The securities of our schools is highly compromised in South Africa. Our schools do not have securities. So I want to know from the department, what is their plan in place to address the question of security in our schools? And how far, in terms of this case, I want to know, were those people that committed this crime, who killed the principal in the school, is there any case that has been opened? And if the case was opened, how far with the matter of arresting those culprits who have killed our principal in school? The other issue that I want to pose, it will go to Umalusi. Umalusi, we know very well that before the Matric results were released, there was an issue of Matric result being sold to the students at the cost of 100 Rand before the Matric result were released. And the system was tampered with. What is the main cause of the system to be tampered with? And who actually tampered with the system? Is the department itself aware of the people who did this? And what are the steps and necessary measures are you taking to make sure that you prevent those things to happen in future? And such, even if those things they have happened already, I want to understand, or in terms of this case, how far are we with this case? Have we managed to get the main reason for the cause of this leakage of the Matric result before the Matric results can also reach the students itself, to an extent that they were even sold to the students? back to the department again. I want to know from the department to say I want to know the people who were responsible for the printing of Matric question papers. And who are those people that were given the responsibility to print those question papers for Matric? And as you answer that, you must also be able to tell us in details per province and how much did it cost the department to print those Matric papers or exam papers. And then the other issue that goes to the department itself is the shortage of teachers. We've got a serious problem in South Africa where we do not have enough teachers in our schools. The teachers that we have in our schools, they are overwhelmed with the work to an extent that they are even not following the ratio of a teacher in class. They are teaching more kids in class, and it can mainly be a cause of that we don't have enough teachers in our schools. What is the department planning to do in order to address this issue of the shortage of teachers in our school? And again, can the department respond on the issue of 2,400 teachers posts that were teachers were supposed to lose in the Western Cape? 2.4 teachers were expected to lose their jobs in the Western Cape. I want to know how far with the issue, what is happening with the issue. Did these people lose their jobs? And then if they've lost their jobs, what is the damage do we have in the Western Cape? Because 2.4 teachers is a huge number of teachers that should be contributing meaningfully to teaching our kids in our school, and now they've lost their jobs. I want to understand from the department, how are they dealing with this crisis of losing teachers, and in the main, it also contributes to the shortage of teachers that we have. While we have a lot of qualified teachers who are sitting at home without jobs, how is the department dealing with that issue with that regard? Chairperson, in 2024, 724,156 learners wrote or enrolled in Matric. And then from the number, they were actually they were in the system of the schools. They've enrolled with the schools. And from that number, we have 705,291 people who wrote Matric. From those who were in the system, from those who have enrolled in schools of 724,156, only 705,291 wrote Matric. That leaves us with 18,865 who are missing in the system. Can the department in details tell us where are these 865 learners? Do we perhaps know where are they? What is the cause of them not being part of the people that they've actually written Matric when they've started school together, when they were in the system, all of them together? Where is this missing number of kids? Are we able to trace them and tell these kids is here, this one has dropped out because of this reason, this one has passed on, this one? Can we at least get enough detailed explanation from the department as to say where exactly are those kids that we are missing? 18,865 learners are missing in the system. Again, going to Umalusi again. When they were giving the presentation in Umalusi, they've actually mentioned that there's adjustment of the raw marks. I just want to understand how are they go about this adjusting the raw marks. They adjust the marks to give students to say, after adjusting your marks, you therefore qualify for a pass, either in a bachelor certificate or diploma, or after the adjustment that they've done, it's just an adjustment of decreasing the number of people that should be passing, or increasing the number of people that should be passing. The other issue which I want to ask to Umalusi is that in terms of monitoring the centers of the Department of Basic Education, Umalusi has reported to us that they've managed to monitor 16% of the centers that we have under Department of Basic Education? What is the root cause of not managing 100%, or monitoring 100% of these centers? And those that were not monitored by Umalusi itself, do they have any report of what transpired in those centers? Because if you were not able to monitor properly those centers, a lot could have happened in those centers. Are you able to give us a detailed account as to what exactly transpired on those other centers that which you did not able to monitor them? You only managed to monitor 16% of those centers. And then the other issue that I want to ask, also on Umalusi, Mpumalanga province and KwaZulu-Natal, were at the center or were a case where it is indicated that we've got learners who were caught cheating during exams. What happened to those kids? Where are those kids today? Are they given another time or another chance to go and write their exams? Or is there any other different consequence management that as the institution you have taken in order to make sure that there's accountability on these learners who were caught cheating in the end? And then because when we've got learners in matric class, it is very difficult to have these learners engage in these things of cheating. What is the root cause? Because my understanding is that you might find that there's someone who was even assisting these kids to engage in this process of cheating. Do you exactly know what really transpired? Or what was the cause of these kids to be necessarily be engaging on cheating? And if there's someone behind them cheating, was that person brought into books? And what is the consequence management that the institution itself is actually taken? The last issue that I want to speak on is the breakdown of the centers in details in terms of the second chance matric programs. Those who were supposed to be given a second chance to go and write matric. We are told, and we have seen in the presentation, that there are centers across the country per province, and also in the district. But we do not have, we are not given a detailed explanation as to where are these centers. Can we at least get a detailed explanation from the department to explain to us that in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, we've got this number of centers, and then in this district, and where exactly in that district are those centers, so that we are able to go. It will even assist us as members of parliament to do the oversight when we know exactly where are those centers, so that we are able to go to those centers and then visit those centers, inspect those centers, and come back to the portfolio committee and report to say, indeed, we know these centers, rather than just to give us a written presentation, black and white, but without fully details as to where exactly are we getting these centers. Can the department respond to us and also give us in details as to where exactly are we getting these centers? Because we are concerned. We really want to do our work. We really want to do our oversight work, but it becomes difficult when we do not know where to go and where to start and how to start. Can we be assisted with those things in such? Thank you very much, Chairperson, without any waste of time.
Honorable Komani, you're the last one.
Ga go go leboga modulasetulo ke be go go tamiši ke tamiši ministera le motlatsi wa gago ka fao ba go tswa departmenteng ya tša thuto ka go fapana ga bona ke tamiši le ba ga Melusi le ba Mphato ka moka ba le go gona ka ga ke leboge sebaka se ke be ke laetse gore re lebogiša bana ba ba ngwadile go matric ngwageng wa 2024 re be re se ke ra lebala go ba amogela re ba botse gore welcome to the unemployment world. As far as we know gore mo South Africa thuto e ya biwa go mo is one of the poorest quality tše e lego gore bana ba rena ba phasa matriki ge ba fetša go phasa matriki ba te khwetše e le gore go tsena sekolo ga bona bontši wa bona ebile tshenyo ya nako ya buana ya bona gobane they were just practicing gore ba ile tsena young into the world of unemployment. In other words, ke leka go ka fahloša kgoro ya rena ya thuto ya motheo gore re kgopela gore ba lekole lenaneo la bona la thuto mo baneng ba rena gora e ka ba lenaneo la bona la thuto le tšwela bana ba rena mogola ge le tla kae ka gore bontši jwa mekgwa ya thuto e ba e fago bana ba rena ba ruta gore ge ba godile ba e ba tsome mmereko ke thuto e le go mo South Africa gona kwa leshiba re pise re a celebrate bana ba ile go gore ba tlo dula ka gae ba palela go amogela university ge o di putšiša gore ke ka lebaka la eng we don't have to blame anybody re tseba ga botse gore ke ka lebaka la system ya education ya South Africa. Then so re kgopela go tseba Department of Education gore when is it that we are going to improve the quality of education that we are supplying to our children in that way ya gore bana ba rena ba re ga ba phasitše matric ba kgone go tekemela ena ba se ke ba te khwetša ile gore ba ba introduced to the world of unemployment ba o ile gore ba tlo palela go go tšwela pele ka sekolo ka baka la ga ile gore mohlomong di-background di fapana ba te khwetše ba le seemong sa go ka kgona go tiphediša gane ga ile gore we believe gore we are a country why the country tša go swana le China di kgona go ka tekema ka tsela ya thuto ya bana ba bona rena re palela ke eng gone jwale re kgobokano mo ka celebration ya bana ba go phasa ba ile gore ba kgone ya fela and then what is the need for celebration re celebrate bana ba ile go gore a ba kgone go tšwela mogola bona ka bo bona batswadi ba sa ile go rwala morwalo wa go fepa bana ba ile go gore ba phasitše eng theory company ka montle ga dinyaka bana ba ile go gore ba rutegile go pala le ba lena ba tswa go di-university ga ba hirege ka baka la poor quality ye ile go gona ka mo South Africa. We can't shy from saying or telling you that is poor. It's poor values. That's why you see yourself trafficking with our children in our houses because they've just passed but they can't go anywhere. Even if they've went to universities ba tla ba swere degree tša go hloka mohola ga di fitla ba nyaka experience. The reason why the experience is needed is because the foundation was poor. The experience should have been accommodated from the beginning ge bana ba itla go secondary level go tswa go primary ke mo ba santšo ba gore ba wela lefapeng la gore ba kgone go tekemela di secondary tša rena di be seemong sa gore di kgone go fa bana ba rena thuto ena go le practical ka gare gore bana ba rena ga ba tlo gore ba ya di-university ga ba fetša ba hirege ena bana ba rena ba santse gore ba khwetse thuto ye ile gore e ba ya maleba ya gore ba kgone go te tlhomela mešomo gane bothata ke eng ka South Africa go ira gore mokgwa wa go supply ke bantu education o sa le gona ka mo gare ga rena we are still running with the system of 1980s the bantu system line. That is why re palela go gore re kgone nyaretša bana ba rena ba ile go gore they can make their own companies, they can do their own production. We are still teaching our children to be dependent in order to teach them to be independent. Then so re bona ile gore ke bošaedi yo go re tseba ga botse gore ministera o sa fihla ka mo na o dikhubedu ka mogare ga Department of Education but a so a tswalwa maabane. Your Home Affairs is speaking much, and we have hope in your Home Affairs, or you will bring a motivated standard in our children. But if you don't do your presence is going to be meaningless. As a minister, we know very well that it will take time. But if you can initiate something at your lifetime in the Department of Education, it will be a legacy. ya go swana le gore if you can look at this thing ya gore we are celebrating a useless things. If in 1994 when we take over as black government for 1995-96 re implement our educational system ye ile gore e tla kgona go dira gore bana ba be independent. Gona jwale ka 30 years re na go le yona nga be re le relieved re tseba gore we are not worrying anymore. Re tlo ba discuss the best things tse ile go gore di mo godimo ga bana ba rena gore ba kgone ba independent ba kgone to sustain ka education e tlo go ba ga e hweditse. But still go isha dihlong ka nako e re salwa le gore re sa kgone go bona le gore agriculture e bohlokwa. Re tseba gore go di ba le coach mo le go ntse mo le mo thomme ka gona tee le tsere ka ite e tswa mashimong ke agriculture, but you are undermining agriculture in your education level. What does that mean to you? Le gale celebrate, we don't prioritize agriculture in your celebration. Agriculture is not there. You sleep agriculture, walk agriculture, eat agriculture, everything is agriculture, but you are undermining it. And then the other thing, ya gore re dule re lebella ga o ka re di amecha rena ma South African. Go pala kae ministera gore le tšishetseng bana ba ba rena thuto tša go swana le bo maths le bo science ka maleme a ga bo bona. Le fetša le tšea bana ba rena gore ke ditomkopo le ba hlapaola le ba bitša ka maina e lego gore rena batswadi ga re ko bose ka lebaka la gore ditomkopo ke lena e lego gore le palela go go tšhentšhetša bana ba ba lena gore ba seke ba swana le lena. You should have dealt with this standard of education gore bana ba kgone go a gona ngwana palela go ke mmetse wa motho moso ba tseba mmetse ka kudukudu le ba gakantšha ka lemella lena ena gona jwa le enjoy ya go tla ka dipompastic wetse tše dingwe tša go ba hlokela mogolo mo ile gore le confuse ngwane ntwa e tsebago o palela ke gore a le nne yona ka lebaka la leleme lešile le le mofa go lona. Ke re jwa le ministera mpotse wa mphato gore o tla neng ka lenanego la maths le science ka maleme a Afrika re le tetšeo le tla neng ka lenanego la gore le dire gore agriculture e be compulsory mo dikolong ene ebile le be le thome ko fase e be bana ba gole ba tseba gore agriculture ke e nngwe e le gore yona re e tlwaetse ministera ga re le botsišitše dipotsišo gore ebile ga re ba re go na le meeting le nagana le go lofa. We are not answered. Since we have been with you here in these committees, we don't get our answers. And I don't know why we come back here. Because we are just wasting time for other presenters to come here with their answers, but the very same department, they don't answer us. Then so re gopela gore dikarabo tše di šaletše go morago le re tlele nna tšo kudiele ke go gopetše go maloba gore re nyaka nke le re thepoleleng dikolo tša bana ba ba nyakago thuto e itekgethilego bana ba bago ba nago le mokgwa wa go phela le bogolofadi a ba hlomphiwe bana bao mo dikolong. Ke boletše ga botse ke le botša kere go nna le ngwana e le gore o na le 3rd degree standard of disability mo OR Tambo Elias Motsoaledi what 9 ngwane seemo sa gago a se mo dumelele go rap mola principal a tše di lego ka mola sekolong di lela mehle but the department le tlamo le tlo claima gore lena le hlwekile le dira dilo ka tsela ya nnete bana ba ba hlokago thušo ya shedi ya godimo le bane ya yona ngwane le mola sekolong se la le go ntse ga a dire selo le gone la ke tsore ga le celebrate bona le ba celebrate ka lefapa le lefeng gobane le ba gatelela le gatela ka ditokelo tša bona. Ke bo ke tle ka mo ga ga bo Malusi ka ba ga Malusi le šomišwa bošaedi ma le lena nke re beng le ponelo pele ka gore le pisi le fetša dipampiri mo South Africa le printer certificate tša go hloka mogolo tše di sa tšwelego bana ba rena mogolo a filo tlala ka mmengakong di-resources tše le di berekišago go printer certificate tša thuto ya maemo a fase nke le nyaretšeng mo bono jwale ka batho ba ile gore ba responsible ka go finaliza tše tša dipoelo tša dithuto gore bana ba ba passago ka mekgwa ya dithuto tše e lego gore di ba hlokela megolo mo maphelong a bona nke le re thušeng go bolela le Department of Education le lena se kwa fo hwetša mmereko wa lena e le gore just to tick boxes le no re sa koša ke lerole gang bana ga ba robala ba jele gomme bana ba rena ba senyegela ke bokamoso ka re kgopela gore e be mokgwa wa maleba gore ga le šomiša di-resources tše le lena le be proud gore you are printing the certificate tše e lego gore dithuto tše di lego mo godimo ga tšona ke tše e lego gore di tlo tšwela bana mogola then so ke mo re go tla gore te kgantšha ka lena ra re Melusi ke Melusi wa nnete ke modiši wa nnete o re dišetša bana mara ga o ka fo hwetša e le gore ba re o diša dikgomo go mo dula di gapetse di sa šokeng go ile fula go ra gore ga o modiši wa nnete jale re be re dumele gore le tlhokomele dilo tša mohutong nka se beye motelele ka kudu ga le go hlagile gore ke nna makgoritlano kwa mafelelo bo mogolo wa ke ba šetša ba tšere mantšu se segolo ke be ke nyaka go gatelela go nyaka dikarabo tša rena le gore a na thuto ye ga borena e ya re kgatlha na e tloga e sa re kgatlha e re iše di welana bana ba rena ba tswa di-university ba swere di-degree ba buile le tsona ba pharamme ka mogae le re ga ba hirega why do you make our children to be expect them to be hired nagana mengwaga ngwana e tšeago a tsena sekolo gore ke eme kae gore a hwetse matric le re ke 12 years gore a tla bile le degree tšeo tša lena is another years di hlakana le 12 years gomme ga o dula mo gae le re is not hireable even proudly so not hireable why is that one not hireable look around yourself the poor quality of standard of education that you are supplying ke tsona di bolaya go bana ba rena minister tla le buswa wa gago mokoni o lokiše taba tša gore bana ba dithuto tše ba di ruta go di beng ka mogomong modula stool ga ke se ke ka napa go dikediša letšatši mokoni ke ya go leboga tlontebogela le bamphato ka mo
Ra leboga Tete Komane. The interpretation service, are you ready to interpret? Our interpreter, or was it for the Sizulu language only?
Yes. Greetings to the minister and the deputy minister. Greetings to the team from the Department of Education. Greetings to the ones from Umalusi and all protocol observed. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I would like to indicate that we congratulate the class of 2024. We are saying we should not forget to accept them and to say to them, welcome to the world of unemployment. As far as we know that here in South Africa, the education that is being given our children is one of the poorest quality, which whereby our children pass Matric, and then after passing Matric, they find themselves that their time in school did not benefit them in any way, because they've just been practicing how they are going to tap into the world of unemployment. In other words, I'm trying to say to the Department of Basic Education, please review your education system, your education curriculum, so that your curriculum can be the one that can assist our children. Most of the education that is being fed to our children, you are teaching our children to go look for work after education. That's what is done in South Africa. Now we are celebrating our children who are going to sit at home and not be able to go to university. And then we know the reason. The reason is because of our education system. Now, we'd like to know from the department, when is it that you are going to improve the quality of education that we are giving our children in a way that when after our children have passed Matric, they are able to be self-sufficient, and then they do not have to tap into the world of unemployment, because they are not even going to be able to further their educations because of the quality of education. Let us make sure that they are able to to create jobs for themselves. Let's look at countries like China, where they give a practical education to their children. Now we are celebrating our children who passed, who have got nowhere to go. So there's no need for celebration. We are celebrating our children who are still going to be a burden to the parents. The children who have passed the theory, they do not have skills. The company, when companies look for children, they say, oh, your children are unemployable because of the quality of the education that is poor. So our children, so even those who have degrees, they come back with useless degrees, and then they do not have the experience. So the challenge is that you do not teach our children practical skills. So you were supposed to have skilled these children when they were still in primary education and secondary education, so that they leave that level of school with a skill that they can help, that they can use to sustain their lives. They have to be able to employ themselves. So it means that we are still within the Bantu education, because we're still following the system of the 1980s. So our children are able to open their own company, they are not able to produce anything. So they end up being independent on wishing to be employed. So we know very well, Honorable Minister, we know that you are still new in the department, but we hope that you will bring some changes and leave a good legacy. So if you are going to keep quiet about the situation, your presence is going to be meaningless. So bring new changes, and if you can, yes, bring changes that are going to be a legacy, so that we stop celebrating useless things. After 1994, when we took over at the government, in 1995 and 1996, we were supposed to have implemented a much better educational system, which was supposed to have given our children skills. So today we would be discussing the best skills and that our children would have accumulated, and they would be able, now they would be able to sustain themselves with the skills and the education that they would have achieved in primary and secondary education. And then another important thing is that we must not undermine agriculture. Let us bring agriculture into our schools. Let us teach our children about agriculture. Today you had your breakfast. That is because of agriculture. So another thing is, Minister, how is it really possible? Is it really impossible to make sure that our children learn the subjects like maths and science in their mother tongues? These children do not understand this English language, and then we end up feeling that, or even thinking that they are dull. So if we can change or upgrade the standard of our education system, our children will do very well. Our children really excel in mathematics. They do understand mathematics, but the problem is all these concepts, all the terminology that they come across when they are being taught these subjects. And then now, Minister, would like to check how far are you with this thing of making sure that our children are going to learn maths and science in their mother tongues? And then also another important thing, let us, how far are we, Minister, in making sure that agriculture is compulsory in our schools? And another thing is that when there are meetings that you do not attend to, and another thing is that you come here, we do not get answers. And it's said that we come here, we make our speeches, but we ask questions, but we are not answered. So please, one other thing, let's look at these schools for children with special needs. They are not respected in the schools that they attend. I talked about a child who has a third-degree standard of disability in Tambo in Elias Motsoaledi in Ward 9. Her condition doesn't allow her to go to that school. Even the staff, the teachers, they are not able to deal with the condition of that girl. So it's wrong for you, the department, to not avail resources or schools that are suitable for children with special needs. So this actually means that we are trampling on the rights of our children. And then to Umalusi, you are being used. You are busy printing papers here in South Africa. You are printing useless certificates that are not helping our children with anything. The resources that you are using to print these certificates, these low quality certificates, try to be responsible. You do away with useless subjects. Talk to the Department of Education and then stop making this whole thing a box-ticking exercise. This whole thing is destroying the future of our children. And then when we are using these resources, make sure that you are printing the certificates that are going to have the contents that are going to be useful for our children and our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think to start, we must acknowledge that, honorable members, there are questions, written questions that we have sent to the department. There are those that were responded to, and the indication is that there are those that were not responded to. And we will urge the department to urgently respond to those questions, including the questions that would have been raised through discussions. So I'm saying to the department, don't wait for the secretariat of the committee to send you written questions only. Even those that we would have raised during discussions, and you know that as a department you did not adequately respond to them, maybe because of time or maybe because you needed additional information, you didn't respond to, please do respond to those questions. I think as a matter of principle, that is one area where we should not really quarrel on. Secondly, that one must appreciate Minister and the team that the department seemingly is able to acknowledge that the results as they stand now, it's really a product of years and years of improvement, of work, of efforts, of initiatives, of interventions by the different administrations, and appreciate the fact that we were able to acknowledge that really it is not something that could have been done within the last 6 months. It is something that the results are really a product of many and many years of working the system, the schooling system as a whole in the country. I mean, as I would have said that I was a matric class of 2005 in Gauteng, and the percentage was 68%. So only 68% of us who were asked. And we've moved in great leaps from that. We are now at 87%. And of course, that is the basis of, I think, a celebration to say we are really improving the system, and the system is becoming more and more effective. I think if you would have listened to many of the members, the honorable members, we are starting to say we are gradually getting to a point where we are able to say the system, the schooling system, basic education schooling system has reached a sophistication level where we are able to administer NSC examination in a manner that is very efficient, where the system just gels and it flows. But now the question that we then are left with now is, okay, what then is the impact of this system that has sophisticated, that has improved over the years? What is its impact on the quality of life of the ordinary masses? Because the principle or the basis of the Constitution emphasizing education as a right is because we understood that education must empower us to be able to utilize that knowledge on our own, to be able to utilize the endowments that we have so that we're able to generate income. And that is the whole basis. And I think honorable members in their majority are saying we are now starting to ask ourselves, as a country, that of course we've really reached this level, but what has been the impact of this education? Is it impacting and impacting the lives of our people in a positive manner? Are our people empowered out of this education that we are providing? We've increased access, we've increased success. Are our people really empowered with this education? And I think that is what is the basis of the questions. And I agree with those sentiments that is actually what we should be engaged on as lawmakers and also as the executive, to say with all that we've put in place, do we really look at our outcomes being having a cohort of young people who are skilled, who are really knowledgeable, who are able to exit this phase and can get access easily to the next phase, either the skills aspect of it, the skills training centers, or also the knowledge intense centers, which is your universities. But I think that's what we should go to, and I agree with the sentiments of the members. Now, my questions to the department, and it's really to say, one, what is the progress on the 3-stream model? And I'm asking this because we would want to get a sense as is the department prepared to introduce some form of examination or testing method for your grade 9 learners, so that we don't only gauge or test or examine our learners at an exit grade, and there is a way that we are doing it at your grade 9, and if they wish to exit the system, you are able to give us assurance of the level of education that they've grasped, and we get assurance on exactly the level of their capabilities given those years of schooling. So how far are we with that process? And that is, in my understanding, the entire principle of the 3-stream model is that quite correctly, I differ with the honorable members that say our obsession should be with the bachelor passes, and because we should push our learners to go to universities. And I'm not differing with the fact that we should have our learners passing, and the quality of the results must really be desirable. But my difference is on the basis that we have over the years as a country agreed that we need more than ever the technical skills as a country. As a result, we've agreed that we need to really enhance the TVET sector as one of the skills producing platform that we need, the technical skills. And now, given that you look at the performance in your technical subjects, and the fact that except for one subject, there's improvement in performance of learners in these subjects. But what is the actual performance? And I'm asking, when I ask what is the actual performance, I mean, out of the 98% learners that have passed, let's say, for example, electrical technology, for example, what is standard? What is the average marks? Because are these learners able to access with their marks university entrance? Are they able to access even a TVET entrance? So we need to understand if indeed we are performing so well in the technical subjects, why are we not seeing on the other side an improvement in the uptake of the TVET enrollment? And we're not even seeing an improvement in the output of those learners who entered it, because there is another crisis of learners who enter the TVET environment, and majority of them can't complete, or majority of them struggle. So what do we mean when we say they passed, 98% of them passed? What is the average pass? Are they passing with your 30%? Are they passing with your 40%? And how many are passing with your 30%? Because if you look at the number of distinctions in those subjects, they are a bit lower than other subjects. 2, I agree with the majority of the honorable members that spoke about the role of the department in guiding our learners on a pathway. So, and Honorable Ngobeni put it quite correctly to say a concern about what happens with these learners after they pass Matric, because I get a feeling that we focus on our key targets, and which key targets are past the learners that are here. And we really pay less attention to, okay, we pass them, then what? Then what happens? We just want to really meet our targets. Our target is that it's 90% this year. Now we focus wholeheartedly
on the 90%, and really we don't put effort and energy in where do this 90% go? Okay, so they pass then, but where do they go after they pass? And I agree. And I am asking them that what is the current career guidance curriculum content design? So how it is part of the life orientation, which all our learners are passing, and they're passing very well. But seemingly, if that content, it is not effective because majority of these learners that are in our schools, in January, they are all over. They've either not applied to institutions of higher learning, or they've not applied for NFSAS, and we correctly, and we say 500,000 of these learners are receiving grants. It means these 500,000 learners literally automatically qualify for NFSAS funding. But of these 500, you find that majority of them have not even applied for the NFSAS. And the question is it out of choice or is it because they don't have information? So what is this curriculum work, career guidance work that we do as a department? And in our own view, the design of it, the model we utilize, is it effective? Because our observation is that we might need to be very intensive on it. We must, part of our key targets, part of our goals, part of our objectives, Minister, ought to be that we must create a pathway. Basic education ought to be a foundation. And then we say, because we're a foundation, there must be a pathway. We must be able to create. And creating a pathway doesn't mean that we must take the learners, but we must intensively give them information and crack and assess if indeed they have a plan for next year. All these learners, do they have a plan for next year? We must at least have that sense. I think it's going to be very important. The second one is because of the intense the intent of the work in your matric or the senior phase, teachers and learners in matric actually in time. So there is many other interclasses, your winter classes, your extra classes, and it really has a bearing on our mental health. It is too much. And the question is what are our lessons? What are the lessons that we take from this past matric process on the psychosocial support that we ought to enhance and give to both the learners and the teachers? What are the key additional support, given the lessons we've learned, that we're going to give to teachers and the learners? And I think Honorable Ngube touched on this one. Now, two is when you were presenting on the state of readiness for these examinations, you spoke about, and the minister raised it and touched on it when they were releasing results, that the social welfare program really has a direct link of the improved results. Now, is there a case for us to design or enhance the social welfare interventions at a senior phase for the senior phase learners? And I'm speaking about your school nutrition program. I'm speaking about your scholar transport. Is there a need for us to design it differently for the senior phase? And I'm saying this because we've heard how, when we did oversight, how the school would actually now go an extra mile to support matriculants that are coming for additional classes, for winter classes, that are coming for weekend classes, because they have to still feed them. They take the responsibility to still feed the learners when they're at school in weekends. But also those that stay at school, they start earlier and they finish at 5 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. They provide a second meal. So instead of your normal 2 meals, they provide an additional meal. And I'm saying they do that with the budget, with the similar budget that is meant for only the 2 meals, that even the scholar transport that is there, that is it's only for in the morning and after school. So is there a need for the department to really review policy, and they actually say for the senior phase learners, because of the many interventions, I mean, in terms of the improvement or the increasing of the learning teaching time, we need to really design a different model altogether. Is there a case? I think there is. I'm just saying from the department's point of view, because I think there is that need. The collaboration with higher education. I think even us as a portfolio committee, we must take the initiative to have a joint sitting where we really just speak about the pathway. How do we transition our learners from grade 12 to the institutions of higher learning, to the higher education, the PSET sector? And there is a lot in the PSET sector, your TVET, your universities, your CETAs. So we need to have, I think even on our side, it is a matter of urgency that we have that joint committee sitting and we discuss on a program of the transitioning of the learners, because I think it's urgent. But also we need to know that collaboration from your level as an executive. What is the format of the collaboration, if it exists, and is it effective? And the issue of the resources, for me, is the resources the only factor that contributes to the variances, and the variances are the variances in the performance of your public schools and your independent schools. So your independent schools, they're at 90% already, 90-something percent. We are at 87% as the public schools sector. What contributes to them being far ahead? Is it only the issue of resources, or is it also the size? So that we are able to leverage on if there are certain things that the other parts are doing that we can do within the available resources that we have, so that we're able to really have a situation where in actual sense there is equality of provision of education. To the department, the last one is what is the plan? What are our plans to stimulate the STEM subjects participation? And Honorable Christian spoke about incentives and the teachers, and I'm agreeing that also, given the cohort of teachers that we have and the teaching style, the teaching model that we've chosen, do we know what discourages this participation, and how then do we stimulate the participation? Now, to Umalusi was saying there is a reduction in the number of learners that caught or are suspected to have been group copying. What is the process of the investigation? And this is a question that we've raised even in the last meeting. And with the current cases, can the prevalences be regarded? Can the prevalences be regarded to failure or ineffective invigilation? We want to know, how are you investigating these cases? Because our concern, or my concern, is that you raise an alarm or a flag that we are suspecting that this number of learners in this school were copying. And then your investigation takes 6 months. And for that 6 months, those learners don't have results. They are just in the limbo. So what is your investigation capacity? Do you have capacity to do the investigations when there is allegations, or when you suspect that there was this kind of copying? Because I think that's what parents, you see, and I said this, and the response from the department in the last meeting was really not satisfactory. It was a response that said, well, yeah, but they were copying. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. Parents are frustrated. They want to know when you are going to conclude those investigations. They want to know what is
your time frame for this investigation? And what should they do? Because then their children are sitting at home. They can't go to higher, they can't access higher institutions of learning. They really don't know, like their lives are at a standstill because we're still running these investigations. And we're not even saying this is our capacity as a department to invest, or yes, to investigate. And we are going to take this long. And in terms of our results, if we find that there were no, these allegations were unfounded, or there's no evidence, this is how we're going to assist the learner to progress. So you just throw it to them, and we just really stay there and say, no, we're investigating anyway. You will know when we are done. And I don't think that's a correct approach. In terms of the irregularities with your suspected copying or suspected cheating, was this only prevalent in public schools? Of the 407 learners, how many of those are from the independent schools, and how many of those are from the public schools? Now, you also spoke about the 3 assessment bodies. You speak about the gaps and the gaps of the DBE as an assessment body. What are the gaps that you've identified with the other 2 assessment bodies? Lastly, is that fully agreeing that we had agreed, and I want to give this a direction. We had agreed with the department previously on the issue of the printing of question papers, that after the examinations, we might need to have a comprehensive report on that specific issue, because at that time we're saying the matter is sensitive, because if the printers, the names of the printers are going to be known whilst they are still printing the examinations, we're posing a security risk. But we would need to have, I believe that now the department can share that information, even if it's submitted in written form, because of course it sits with provinces, that you can submit that information to us so that we scrutinize the information. And if there's a need for us to have an engagement, we can then schedule a meeting to have that engagement. Lastly, that in the last meeting, we did say that there are questions are directed or are specific to provinces, especially the question that Honorable Shkwambane raises of the teachers posts that are being cut in West, which is a huge issue for us. We are not going to let it go. And I agree that we need to hear from the department, because the department seems to say, seemingly the department is like, there's nothing we can do. And we even said in the last meeting that the allegation is that it is only your schools in your marginalized areas which are affected by this teachers posts, and as opposed to the schools that are in your affluent areas. And we then agreed that we must find space to invite the provinces so that we're able to respond to these issues that are specific, including the issue of Limpopo, of the school in Elias Motsoaledi. We might need to do that exercise so that we get specific answers to the questions that we have as a portfolio committee. So I'll leave it there to say to the department, where there are specific questions. For example, Honorable Shkwambane was saying we need a breakdown of the centers that conduct second chance program. Please send through that department, because we know it might be a document that is a bit huge, but please send that information to the committee even after this meeting. So I'm going to hand over to firstly the department and then Umalusi to respond to all the questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've made extensive notes. Myself and the Deputy Minister will answer as best and as quickly as we can. And then if there are specific questions, we will make sure then that the department responds. So Honorable Nube raised a number of issues, but I think one that I want to really pick up on is the one around what interventions are being done to ensure that schools who don't achieve an adequate pass rate. So one of the interventions, Honorable Member, that is done by the department is to identify schools that are either achieving 0% or really, really low marks in percentages. And we have a targeted plan to reach out to those schools to find out what the issues are. Often we find that the most of those schools are perhaps farm schools where there are too few learners, or it's a multi-grade school. And so then the best thing to do there is to try and get those learners enrolled in a school where they're able to complete their matric, even if it means it's a little bit further away. But there is certainly, I can assure you, there is certainly, we've got that data. We can see which schools are underperforming. We even can see which districts did not achieve the 75% pass rate. We can see exactly where the problems are. And I think because of the quality of the data that we have, we are able to have those interventions. Then Honorable Christians raises some important questions, but I think the one that I really want to zoom in on is the issue around the uptake of STEM subjects. As I indicated, I think even in the announcement of the matric results and even in my opening remarks, honorable members, yes, we are concerned about the uptake and the performance in maths and science, accounting, and other gateway subjects. And because the problem becomes is that we are concerned that there's a drop off in the learners who are enrolling for those subjects. So it then means that one of the things that we need to do, and this is a more longer term investment, but one of the things that we need to do is really intensify our efforts in earlier grades, particularly foundation phase, to make sure that we are supporting learners adequately for foundational learning, so that they may be confident enough to be able to take on those subjects that are deemed difficult later on in high school, because it becomes very difficult to obviously force learners to take on these subjects when they don't feel confident enough that they'll be able to pass in them. But I agree with the honorable members who have said these are the subjects that we need. These are the subjects that are desperately required, and the skills that are desperately required in our economy. And so that becomes a huge point for me. And as I said, even in the announcement, I did indicate that this is something that we are unhappy about. And one of the things that I've done as well is to say that we would like to have a more targeted approach. The maths and science, the MST, Maths, Science and Technology team has moved formally in the department into curriculum so that we can see how best we can make sure that we've got targeted interventions to get this right, because I agree with the honorable members that it can be an issue. And then around the second chance program and whether or not learners should not be diverted to TVET colleges. I mean, the understanding was that the second chance program really was to provide learners, the intention there was to provide learners with a way of being able to complete a matric without having to go back to school full time. And so, of course, I think the members raised some important issues around how maybe we can look at modernizing it to see how best we can support those learners so that they're not just left to themselves. Then my second last point, Chair, I think this is a theme that came across many members, including you, Chairperson, including Honorable Ngobeni, including, I think it was Honorable Low and Honorable Shikwamba, and Honorable Komane. The issue around, so learners do pass and they will do well, but what happens there? And I think it's a question that the country generally, members should be occupying itself with, because I think one, there has to be greater synergy between us and what we offer, and the Department of Higher Education. We do have a good working relationship, Chairperson, you asked. We do have a good working relationship with them, but I think we could do better. I think we could do better in making sure that there's greater synergy there, so that one, we don't duplicate services that are available, for instance, in our technical schools. One of the things that I think for me is a great disservice is the fact that some learners would go to a technical school and complete the requisite sort of matric level required, and would go to a TVET and almost repeat that same NQF level. And so those are the things that we need to make sure that we get out of the system. We avoid duplication, but we provide a seamless transition from grade R, from foundation phase, early child learning, right through to further education and training. And we need to see the education system as being an education system. And then the other issue, I think, obviously, the other matter is related to, well, job opportunities, members. Some members asked about technical skills and whether we are looking at that. Yes, that is why we have the three-stream model. The DM will talk to that. That's why we have the three-stream model in the department, to say we're not just focusing on the academic stream, but we're also focusing on technical and vocational streams. But we do need a far more strengthened TVET sector, community colleges, members, because not every single one of our learners is going to be able to go to a university, nor do we need all of our learners going to university. We do need skills in the economy now. So we understand our role in what we need to do, but I think there needs to be a greater sort of more government-orientated approach. And I think obviously the issue around joblessness and learners who are sitting at school, I think that's a broader question around the health of the economy and an economy that's able to provide jobs and job opportunities. But while we are waiting for the growth of the economy, we must make sure that at least we have an impact, which is to making sure that the system is of quality. Then we must focus on that and focus on that well. Some questions were related to honorable member asking around the Bella Bill. When will the Bella Bill be implemented? It is currently being implemented, honorable member. As I indicated, both in the SONA debate speech, in the meeting that I was at, in this very meeting, and now it's not a bill anymore, it's an act. And once a piece of legislation moves from being a bill to being an act and being commenced with, it means that it is being implemented. So that is being done. On the issue around the leaks, I think that also came up, the leaks of the matric exams. You will recall, honorable members, that we did indicate that the matter is now before with the Hawks and State Security, who are conducting an investigation into those people who started that company. But I've also asked and instructed the Director General that there has to be an internal investigation on our side to understand where the weaknesses are at DBE, and where the weaknesses could have been on our side if the weaknesses did come from us, because we need to make sure that this never happens again. And the issue around mother tongue and mother tongue based bilingual education, I think I'll leave it up to the Deputy Minister, and she can handle that. And then the issue around the Western Cape and the plan with 2,400 posts. You'll recall, members, that even last year we had indicated that the Western Cape had said to us that they are unable to meet the same basket of posts as we've seen in other provinces around the country. But we were also at pains to explain that no 2,400 teachers were fired. These were contracts that were not renewed. And of course, we are deeply concerned about that. I know that the Western Cape, and I think perhaps Chade might be good for the committee to call them in, but I know that they had said they are adding additional posts in this year to try and assist in that way. And then this just regards with the teacher, Chair, you raise a point here at the end before I give over to the DM. on the issue around why does it seem as though the pressures are on your poorer schools versus schools that are perhaps in quintiles 4 and 5. And I think that's just a product of the way that the system is set up, in the sense that obviously, Chair, schools that are in quintile 1 to 3 are mostly no fee paying schools, so they are unable to, if we're not able to fully fund the full complement of the teachers there, it means that they are unable to fill those vacancies. Whereas there are schools that have SGBs that are able to, are able to fundraise, who are able, and schools who have SGBs that appoint additional teachers. So I think it really isn't, and I would caution that we mustn't look at it in that way, as though somehow from a departmental point of view, or even from a provincial point of view, in the various provinces, it is somehow being engineered that it is only the poor schools who are hit hardest by budget cuts. It can't be. We have to make sure that we are putting all our resources and most of our resources to the most under-resourced schools. So I think it would be reckless to view it in that way, but I think we can't be blinded to our socioeconomic reality. And the reality is that those schools that are hit hardest are schools that are completely reliant on government funding, and schools who are able to buffer themselves from budget cuts are schools that are not entirely reliant on government funding. But from the side of the department, I can assure you much more is being done to try and support our quintiles 1 to 3 schools, particularly because we can see that these targeted interventions are working. Over 60% of bachelor passes were obtained in quintiles 1 to 3 schools. There's a silent revolution that is happening in our rural areas and in our poor communities, where our learners are really, really performing well. So we wouldn't want to let them down by not investing in them in the best way that we can. And on the issue around budget cuts, well, Chair, we're not trying to sound defeatist when we are saying, look, we are at the mercy of what is allocated to us as a sector. There has been an underfunding of the sector, and even the Minister of Finance has effectively, admitted to this, that there has been an underfunding of the education sector for 10 years. And so to stem that and to reverse that is going to take us some time. We have made the argument, not only just to the minister, but to the cabinet, about the need for us to be able to at least be able to fund classroom teachers and classrooms, so that we are able to build schools so that we can avoid overcrowding. And we are making this case and consistently, and we are hoping that we can be able to see some kind of relief next week when the Minister of Finance tables his budget. DM, over to you, please.
Thank you, Minister. Greetings to Chairperson, greetings to all the members, and greetings to you, Minister. Yeah, when I look at the number of questions versus the time that is allocated for us to respond, really, it gives us a bit of a challenge. But Chairperson, what I can suggest, because most of the questions were based on the relationship between basic education and higher education, I want to suggest that we hold a joint portfolio committee with higher education, because we need to get exactly what is the capacity of higher education institutions versus the output of the Department of Basic Education. Now, many learners are lingering in the streets because they cannot get absorbed by all the higher institutions combined. So if we hold that joint portfolio committee, we'll know exactly the capacity of higher education versus the output of basic education, because that's where the problem is. We know as basic education that we must build a foundation for the economic growth of our country. But we can build that foundation, but if higher education does not have capacity to absorb all the learners, we are not saying all the learners must go to university, but we must have other community colleges, TVET colleges. Remember, originally TVET colleges were meant for grade 10, 11, and 12, because when they do NCV1, NCV2, NCV3, that is grade 10, 11, and 12. But now they don't take grade 10 learners, those who passed grade 9 with us. They take grade 12s. But even that, still the capacity is not enough to accommodate all the learners that have passed. So we'll always punish ourselves as basic education, including our portfolio committee, to say we look like we're not responding to the challenges of the economy of our country. Yet we must work together with higher education to make sure that we prepare these young ones to be able to give an input into the economy of our country. Because most of the questions were around there, the TVET colleges, the higher education, the bachelors, and all this. No matter how, the number of bachelors that we produced exceeds the number of the learners that can be accommodated by all the institutions combined in the country. So obviously you'll have learners with bachelors and distinctions lingering in the streets. We know that because they come to us. When they don't get accommodated, they don't know the leadership of the higher education. The leadership that they know is basic education because they spent 13 years with us. They come to us. And when we go to higher education, we are full. You go to these institutions, we are full. We are full. We are full. So now, and it demoralizes those that will be coming after them, that when we push them to pass, why should I pass if my sister has distinctions and she's at home? And it's because of the capacity of higher education. If we can hold that joint portfolio committee, I think it will help us understand exactly the gap that exists between IEB and public schools. Really, if we can look back where we come from, it tells that that gap is closing. Whether we like it or not, the gap is closing. Our pass percentage now is at 87. Theirs is at 98%. I'm not saying we're not yet there, of course, but IEB accounts for less than 10% of the schools in the country. So we are comparing apples with grapes. So they are now, and parents pay, and it's for the elite. They are able even to pay 10 extra teachers for a school. Yet in the public schools, we rely solely on the finances by government. So I'm not saying, even with those extremely limited resources, we are pushing, our teachers are working very hard. That's why Honorable Ncube asked the question as to what do we do to compensate the teachers who take their time to teach their children, our children, even on weekends and during school holidays, as a mechanism to try to close this gap. So it tells that our teachers are so committed in such a way that even under these extreme conditions, they are able to push to match the IEP. Same as the former Model C schools and the quintile 1 to 3. When we look at the pass rate of quintile 1 to 3 versus the pass rate of quintile 4 and 5, President at some stage was complaining of the gap. The gap used to be huge. It used to be 80-20 back then. But now we have pushed to an extent that we have even exceeded 50% of the pass rate. Now it's almost, it's even 60-40 when you look at the ordinary pass. But yet, yes, in terms of bachelors, we are not yet there. But when you look at the contribution of ordinary quintile 1 to 3 of the 47.8% of the bachelor passes, the gap is so, you can't even now see the gap, the way things are. They are coming. And when you look at the learners who obtain 300 over 300 in mathematics and science, are those that are coming from quintile 1 to 3. Most of them, they are the ones that are passing mathematics. So we are trying, yes, the level of participation, especially our urban provinces, they don't take many learners to do math, science, and technology, the STEM subjects, as Minister indicated. But we are pushing them because the provinces that are participating on STEM subjects are your rural provinces. Then your Limpopo, your Eastern Cape, they are doing extremely well. Your Mpumalanga, these rural provinces, but your Western Cape, your Gauteng, their participation rate is a bit low. And we are pushing them that let them increase the participation rate of math, science, and technology, but and economics, of course, and accounting, STEM in general. But our major challenge as basic education is resources, as Minister indicated. That's why, Chair, we came up with the diversification of our education, of our schools, that let's come up with schools of specialization, let's come up with 3-stream model to make sure that we partner with businesses, we partner with industry, we partner with sitters, that as they pass grade 12, it's happening in some of the schools. Your School of Agriculture, when they live there, they have certificates, not even a certificate, certificates in agriculture. Your aviation school, when they live there, they have certificates on aviation. Maritime schools, they have certificates on maritime, that when they live there, they must just go straight to work or to open their own businesses. Our technical schools, we are trying as basic education. It's not our responsibility, but with the little resources that we have, we are diversifying our education, that we must not rely only on higher education institutions because they just do not have capacity to take all the learners that come from the system. So, like I said, TVET colleges, initially, they were not meant for matriculants, but now they only absorb matrics, those who pass grade 12. On scholar transport, there are policies, there's a policy on scholar transport. I know that not all provinces are adhering to the policy on scholar transport because of the financial constraints. It was moved in 5 provinces, scholar transport has been moved from basic education to the Department of Transport because we don't check, we don't have that capacity to check the roadworthiness, the all what is checked by the Department of Transport. That's why it's run by the Department of Transport and it's not their core business. When the budget that they have fits for them to carry 30% of the deserving learners, they end there. But when the learners are not transported, no one will go to the Department of Transport to say, did not transport the learners. They will come to education to say, education, you did not transport all the learners to schools. So same as there was a question, Minister, about bullying, crime, security of our schools. In the department, we have the National School Safety Framework. And that framework, it was made available to all the districts, all the provinces, all the circuits. We all participated in coming up with that framework. And it allows us to work with many departments, to partner with them. We work, I always say in this portfolio committee, that we work with the Department of Police. Yes, you find that in a circuit, in one circuit or 2 clustered circuits, you have 1 police station with only 10 police officers, and you have 66 schools. It's not easy to have 1 police officer to be assigned to a school because the number of police officers are very limited. So one police officer will monitor about 5 schools. Yes, this matter of bullying, crime, I'm not running away from our responsibility of safety of our teachers and learners in schools, but it's a collective responsibility with the security cluster and with other departments, your Department of Communications, because the bullying is also on cyberbullying. We are working with Department of Social Development and many other departments, and they are cooperating with us we work together. But it's just that this is a societal matter. We need to work together with a portfolio committee on COGTA to make sure that how do we bring peace and safety in the community in general, because that is the core business of the Department of Police. And if we have a peaceful community, we'll have a peaceful school. But unfortunately, it's not like that as things stand. So our poor policies, pro-poor policies, is addressing these disparities that existed in the past, which now they are visible, yes, but they are not as glaring as they were. We see learners coming from quintile 1 to 3 passing. I'm not going to answer all the questions, Chair, because our time is very limited. I want to allow, as given by the Minister, time to give to the officials to give some of the specific questions. Remember, Umalusi still has to respond also, because there were so many questions directed to Umalusi. But let me end here. I just wanted to give the overall challenges. If we can have this joint portfolio committee, it will help us. If Dr. Polia can come in adding in the response to questions, Chair, or with your permission.
Chair, Dr. Paul, are you in the meeting?
Yeah, I'm in the meeting. I was just waiting for Chair to give me the go-ahead. Can I proceed?
Yes, you've been. Oh, let's wait for Chair.
I think proceed, Dr. Polia, just in the interest of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And thank you, DM, for covering most of the questions between the two of you. I just wanted to clarify the issue of monitoring. I don't think we must have the impression that monitoring of exams is the sole responsibility of Umalusi. At the different levels of the system, starting from the district to the province to DBE, we each have our own monitoring plans, and the lower level reports to the higher level. And DBE reports to Umalusi on a continuous basis on the monitoring of the writing of the exams, on the monitoring of the marking of the exams, and all aspects. So there is a very wide coverage in terms of monitoring. I do agree that we can improve on the monitoring capacity. The issue raised by Honorable Ngobeni about schools should be judged by what happened to learners beyond Matric, I think that's a valuable point. And this is where our inclusive basket comes in. And I think we've now worked with the inclusive basket. We've come up with these 9 criteria. And I think a good proposal that we will take forward is to add one of our indicators of success in terms of looking at the success of our learners beyond Matric, so that that also becomes an important criteria to judge success of our schools, our district, our province. Obviously, we must get our tracking system in place so that we're able to track learners that leave our system and then move into higher education institution. The question raised by Honorable Jordan about the need for training at various levels, as suggested by Umalusi. If I can just indicate that we've just entered into an arrangement with the University of Johannesburg, where we are developing online training programs, and this is funded by the ETDP-SETA for all functionaries involved in exam, from your examiners to moderators to monitors to markers. And this will be an online program. And the approach that we are adopting is that before you are involved in an examination activity, you must be certified based on this program that you have to go through. You then get into our database, and based on your performance in these training programs, you will then be appointed to serve in any one of these capacities relating to examination. Also, the question raised about non-compliance that is on an ongoing basis. What is it that we're doing? And I want to say that we've adopted an approach where we now look at systems audit, an exam systems audit, where we spend an extended period with each province trying to get and to probe deeply into what is causing the non-compliance and dealing with the underlying problems rather than just dealing with the symptoms. And I think we're not there in terms of the continued non-compliance, but certainly this approach is going to get there. There was also the concern about learners with disabilities and what measures are we putting in place. And I must say, based on the directive from our minister, deputy minister, and DG, we are really devoting a lot of attention to learners with special needs. We're looking at our accommodation policy, our concession policies. Currently, we set special papers for the blind using Braille. We have adapted question papers for the deaf. We provide scribes, we provide readers. So we possibly, again, are not where we need to be, but we are certainly looking at accommodation and making sure that we have uniform application across the system. Schools moving to softer options, this is a reality, we are aware of it, and we will strengthen our monitoring at every level to make sure that schools are not merely moving learners to softer options so that they could get a better pass. Then the issue of printing costs. I know this attracted considerable media attention, particularly based on the article that was raised by the City Press sometime in November. What the City Press wrongly did was to report that 3.6 billion is spent on printing. Now, the figure of 3.6 billion is what it costs to administer exams across all 9 provinces together with the DBE. And this 3.6 billion will cover your cost of setting papers, payment of your examiners, the cost of running the IT system. It also relates to marking and the payment to markers. So that's the full cost. In fact, if one looks at printing, it's an amount of 220 million that is spent on printing. And I also want to clarify that we do not outsource printing to an external service provider. What happens is that we have to hire out the machinery, the advanced printing equipment, and that is done based on our supply chain processes, but all printing, and in most cases, it's done under the direct supervision of the provincial department on the provincial department's premises and under the direct oversight, so that we can deal with, as suggested by Honorable Chairperson, in more detail at a later point. The issue of group copying, I think here we have clear protocols in place, and I must also admit that you are correct in the sense that learners, when they're involved in group copying, are aided, unfortunately, by their teachers. But harsh action is taken against these teachers. And I can say, for example, in Mpumalanga, the one teacher that was involved, his services have been terminated. So involvement in exam cheating is a dismissible offense. And we do have a protocol, and I think the issue raised by Chairperson was how much of time do we take and why does it extend over a lengthy period? Currently, our regulations state that it should not take more than 60 days to finalize those irregularities that require extended investigation. In fact, our target is that every learner should receive his or her results when results are released on the official date of release. It's only those that require extended investigations, where you require hearings of individual learners, and particularly when you have large number of learners that are involved, that would be given the period of 60 days. With regard to the three-stream model, I think this was covered by DM, but just to say that we are making progress. We have a curriculum for grade 8 and 9 in terms of occupational and vocational subjects. And this year, our target is to develop an extended curriculum. We do have the technology subjects, but we want to extend the curriculum in the vocational field as well as the occupational subject. And that's the target for this year. We've made considerable progress with the GEC, and we will be phasing in the GEC, so that will serve to guide learners in terms of the pathway that they need to follow. And I can also hasten to add, career development services is a priority of the department. We are currently in a partnership arrangement with the European Union, where they're funding provinces together with DBE to offer career development services. In fact, establishing career development units in each of the provinces so we can guide our learners more directly and in a more better manner. I think I'll stop there, Minister and DM. I hope we've covered all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Poria. Chairperson?
Thank you very much, colleagues. I want to check with the members because we need to wrap up. If there are any follow-up questions, any matter that we feel was not responded to, but of course, we're still encouraging the department to really submit those written responses to the questions that required more comprehensive answers. Are there any follow-up questions, members?
Okay, my hand was long up.
Honorable Shkwambana, I thought it was a legacy hand.
No. I just wanted to correct the minister on the pronunciation of my surname. It's not Shikwamba. You must add Shikwambana as you know. So in future, please, you need to say it fully as it is. Shikwambana. It's a simple surname, very simple. Shikwambana.
I'm very sorry, Honorable Shikwambana. I hope I've managed to say it correctly.
No, correctly. And then the last thing, Chair, is on the issue in terms of the response with the Umalusi, the question of I think I was not properly answered with the question of I wanted to know clearly. Let me check it where I've written it, because I was doing some notes as I was, and I think they did not properly answer my question. Or the monitoring one, they've answered it, and then
Honorable Shkwambana,
yes.
is it one of the questions? Is it not one of the questions that requires comprehensive response? Would you not rather have Umalusi respond to that question in writing, and then you send it to Mr. Brown now when you find it, and then we send as part of the questions that require written response?
Oh, okay. No, it's right.
Okay, please send it to Mr. Brown. We'll send it as a package. I apologize for the noise, honorable members. That's why I'm saying we need to wrap up because I have moved now and I must get to another meeting. So I apologize for the noise in the background. I just wanted to say to the members and the department and Umalusi that thank you for the presentation and for the comprehensive really outline of the examination process and the results or the outcomes. And we do hope that the engagements that we had are really going to be, they will activate interventions from your side on how do we really improve the system and how do we make it impactful, so that our people feels the investment we're making in basic education, which is enormous. We are making an enormous investment, although the investment is not quite adequate because, of course, there is issues of resources. But this investment, compared to other areas, is huge, and we ought to feel the value of this investment as communities, as the people. So I do hope that our engagements really are really a source of stimulating debate on how do we enhance the system so that it is much, much, much better. So thank you very much for your time. Mr. Brown, we have minutes. Thank you very much for your time to the department, the DM, the minister, the CO, the entire delegation of Umalusi. We can release you now. We will see each other next week in Parliament.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Chairperson, we have not given the Umalusi, they have not responded to any of the questions as yet. We've only received responses from DBE, Minister and DM and Dr. Polia. I'm not sure whether, because of time, we would then put those in writing for written responses. I just thought I'd raise that before we go further. Thanks.
Yes, oh, of course. Look, I apologize. It is because of time, because we're getting into another meeting. I know myself and the other honorable members were getting into the other honorable members from the ANC are getting into another meeting now. So I would request that Umalusi, please submit the written responses to all the questions, that were asked within 7 working days as our established rule. And if there is additional or if there is follow-ups, we'll allow members to actually, after the responses, submit those follow-ups, and then we send to Umalusi so that we get responses. So I really apologize for not giving you that opportunity,
Chair.
Umalusi. Yes.
Chair, I think you need to correct yourself. We can't rush to respond to questions on the basis that members of the ANC, they are going to another meeting. It's wrong. You should have phrased it otherwise, because we also rushing somewhere as members of the EFF, but we have honored this meeting. So if you are going to say, because of interest of time, ANC members are going to a meeting, really, it does not make sense. You are undermining us, because we also have some other organizational responsibilities that we must do as the EFF members.
Honorable Shkwambana, when we scheduled this meeting, we scheduled it from 9:30 to 12:30. Now, we usually allow ourselves to move or to go up to at least 1:30 or 1. That's what we usually do. So when we have not exhausted matters, that's what we usually do. So it is not incorrect to mention that on members of the ANC who are members of this subcommittee have another meeting, because if they did not have another meeting, despite the fact that the meeting was scheduled to up to 12:30, we would stay. We would stay if we did not have any other way to go, despite the time schedule of the meeting. So if you are hearing ourselves saying it's because of the meeting, we're trying to say to you, despite the fact that the meeting should have ended at this time, we allow, because we do that. In other instances, we allow ourselves to move until a certain time where we say we can't move. In the last meeting, we had to finish at 1:30 because we had a house sitting. So it is not wrong for me to say we are actually closing because there is another meeting. It's because actually the meeting should have ended at 12:30. But of course, we allowed ourselves to move. So I'm not going to allow the dialogue. I'm not correcting myself. I am not out of order.
Don't say ANC meeting, just say because of the time that was allocated. Therefore, let's do the
I did not say ANC meeting. I said honorable members from the ANC have to be in another meeting. I did not say ANC meeting. I said that. I said honorable members from the ANC have to be in another meeting. That's what I said.
No, it's
So,
fine. Noted.
so let us let us agree, honorable members, that we're going to receive the written responses from Umalusi, and we really apologize. And as a result, that's why I was saying, I think we're going to revert back to our 15 minutes rule, because when we applied that rule, it was to allow ourselves enough time to engage and ask questions, and then we finish on time. So thank you very much. We'll await those written responses and we'll distribute those written responses to members. Mr. Brown, the minutes, do we have the minutes? Have we sent the minutes on time? I know I've received the draft. Have we sent to the members?
Of the 4th has been sent to members. In fact, I also was able to send the minutes for the 11th yesterday. I'm not sure if that is enough time, but if you want, we can just do the minutes of the 4th for us to adopt.
I want us to adopt the minutes of the 4th, because the minutes of the 11th, which is the joint sitting with Public Works, I want us to allow each other time, even the members of that committee time. And then if there is an indication, because I know there are other members from that portfolio committee who have requested that few amendments are done on the minutes. So because of that, let's deal with the minutes of the 4th. And I do know that we've received those minutes. So I want to check with honorable members if there is any amendments they want to propose before we adopt the minutes. Are there any proposals of corrections, amendments, members?
Chair,
Yes, Honorable Low.
I've read the minutes and I can confirm that the reflection of what could have been our meeting, and I wish to adopt the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Low.
Seconded by myself. Seconded by myself. Okay.
Okay, the minutes are seconded by Honorable Ngobeni. If that was the last item, the minutes are actually adopted, Mr. Brown. So we will then process the minutes of the joint sitting of the 11th in our next meeting, after we have after they've circulated those amendments, the minutes again with the amendments. Thank you very much, honorable members, and the meeting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chair.